All right. Hello, chat. How's it going? Hopefully well. We're back, and we're continuing with Ace Combat 3. It's been like a full week, so I don't remember how far in I was. I think I was... I know that I was doing the third run of the game. We're doing General Resource into Ouroboros. I know that I'm in the General Resource portion of the run, but I don't remember if I was like right at the end of it, or right at the beginning of it, or in the middle. Like, I don't remember exactly where I was, because it's been a week. And a lot happens in a week, surprisingly. So we'll just, I guess we'll see how it goes. But, hello Dreammaster, hello John. How do I feel about everyone who joined because of the Armored Core series no longer recognizing me? Well, it's not just the Armored Core series even. It's, you know, Ace Combat and Metal Gear people will be in the same boat. I think some people will not be too caught off guard. I feel like there's definitely some people who found out that the beard is not the norm, and they went back and looked. Or maybe you've run into... Oh, wait a second. That's right, I'm playing a Japanese copy. That's not the select button. Hold on. This one. Gave a short wish list of features. There was one thing in particular that Ace Combat franchise never does, but is in Project Wingman. Oh no! The mucho texto. Forget. Oh wait, I've played these routes though. Woo. Okay, this is where I was at. I think this is like in the middle of the general resource portion, right? Does every AC game have the signature fictional jet? I don't know. I don't know if 4 had a fictional one. Hold on. I can look. Did 4 have... Oh. It looks like it does. It looks like it does have one. Yeah, I'm looking at pictures. Where was this thing the whole time? Where was this?
特別専用機の墜落というショッキングなニュースについて、同機の整備と警備を担当していたユーピオ治安維持部隊のパーク司令はまだ信じられない。これから自分も現地に向かい代表の指揮を取るつもりだ。墜落の原因についても早く究明したいとの。
You have to clear the campaign twice and earn an S rank on all missions on normal or hard difficulty. Wowza. Curly fries and low-key Hardee's has the best curly fries out there. Really? I don't think that I've had Hardee's or what's it? Give me a second. The other name for Hardee's, because you know the name just changes based on where you are. Hold on. For whatever reason. Because that's not confusing. It's Hardee's up here. They're called Hardee's in Minnesota. Oh yeah, Carl's Jr. There it is. That's what I was thinking of. I couldn't remember what the other name was. I think Carl's Jr. is the more common name, even. I don't know why it's called Hardee's in some places. But I don't think I've had it since I was like 10. Like it's been at least a decade since I last had Hardee's or Carl's Jr. But I tend to not hear good things. So it would surprise me if they have the best curly fries. I heard once that they're different. They can't be. Hold on. Are Hardee's and Carl's Jr. different? I need to know. They started out as totally separate entities. On the West Coast, one on the West Coast and one on the East Coast. That doesn't answer my question. What happened? The differences explained. Hold on. Here we go. We're not here to fly planes. Look, we all know we're not here to fly planes. We are here to learn the differences between Hardee's and Carl's Jr. These are the real burning questions of stream today. And then we can fly some planes once I get my answers. No, I don't want your newsletter. Okay, hold on. I'm looking here. I'm not getting any answers yet. So far, it's just explaining the history. Okay, so they combined, right? This happened in... Okay, the Hardee's company got, like, passed around. And then... Here we go. CKE, which I'm assuming is the Carl's Jr., like, parent company, bought Hardee's for $327 million, creating a giant chain of over 3,000 Hardee's locations and almost 700 Carl's Jr. stores. Jesus Christ. Up until 2018, the two chains shared the same branding and advertising, and even their menus were starting to look the same, but a new CEO, who has since left the company, decided it was time to put a little bit of space between the two restaurants. What? Hold on. The two have strived to differentiate themselves through marketing, menu offerings, and expansion strategies. Hardee's, number 24 on the list, is going back to its southern roots with new menu items like a sweet and spicy chicken biscuit, while Carl's Jr. added a triple Western bacon cheeseburger and Western fries. What I'm getting from this is that they're trying to be different, but they might not actually be that different. That's kind of like, I read all that, and they don't even sound that different aside from, like, Hardee's has a sweet and spicy chicken biscuit. Carl's Jr. has a triple bacon cheeseburger with Western fries. Whatever. What is a Western fry? What are Western fries? Oh, I misclicked twice. Awesome. What are Western fries? What are these? Oh, they're like potato wedges. Oh, these are gas. These are so good. Okay, I would like some of those now. They're like fried, like extra fried potato wedge. I've accidentally kicked Chole down a rabbit hole. This happens. This is a common thing. Curly fry domination crinkle cut sucks. Whoa, 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 whoa. Crinkle cut is great. They just look like wedges. They looked, hold on, I still have it copied, right? They look like they're really fried. You know what I mean? Like they look real crispy to me. Like those aren't just wedges. They've got like some sort of like coating before they fry them, clearly. Those look so good. Those look so good. Yeah, I don't think they're very different, is what I got. I think they might have some differences, but they seem to still be about the same. Oh, we're doing the Stratosphere mission. I have to do this different from how I did it last time. I gotta remember. And include it in your list. This is purely a battle between curly fries and waffle fries. And so far, I'm kind of disappointed. You're telling me that 79% of people would rather have curly fries than waffle fries? 79% of you? Are you crazy? Are you crazy? Waffle wins that easily. It's not common for Sepper to have a good food take, in my experience. This is one of them. That's when you really know. That's when you really know. Or is that when I know that I'm on the wrong side? Maybe. Curly is better easily? Man. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Excuse you. This is the guy who doesn't like pizza, you guys. This is the guy that doesn't like pizza. That's when you know you're on the wrong side. Maybe. Maybe. Some Hardee's curly fries? Where's the nearest Hardee's to me? How far would it be to drive to a Hardee's? I actually have to be out tomorrow morning. What? Oh, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. I'm like 20 some miles from the nearest Hardee's. It's not worth it. I have decided it's not. I'm not driving 20 plus miles for some curly fries. You're crazy if you think I am. It's not happening. Oh god, this is gonna be a disaster again. Me trying to readjust to AC3. The controls. Oh no. Oh no. Come on. The music? Oh. The gameplay. Go ditch the stream and get some? It's not worth it. You know how long it takes to drive 22 miles? It wasn't 22. I don't know why I said 22. 20, it's more than 20. It's more than 22. Unfortunately. If it was 22, maybe. But it's more than 22 miles. You know how long it takes? Stream the whole trip? I think if I get pulled over while I'm streaming, I'm in trouble. Even, like, I have a phone mount, but how do you talk yourself out of that one? I think I'm just in trouble in that case. I would need a passenger. This would need to be planned out. Oh, this thing controls so poorly. What a bad start. I forgot that this was like the fridge. Sepper, are you abusing your power again? Am I seeing you abusing your power again? Don't worry, we will turn around eventually. You guys, we will get there someday. I swear I'm not a bad pilot. This thing is just terrible. I promise. Has nothing to do with my piloting skills. I swear it. Oh wait, aren't I supposed to go and shoot the other fighters and not these this time? I did this last time. Uh-oh, okay. I think I am. Hello, Augustine, welcome. This thing is terrible. I hate it so much. It's amazing to me that I never noticed how bad it was on my first playthrough. Like, incredible to me that it took a second playthrough for me to be like, oh my god, this thing sucks. Look at this. I'm trying to turn here, man. I'm working on it. Oh my god. Does it get any slower? Please tell me the answer is no. Oh, we're gonna be here forever. We're just gonna be flying in circles. Oh. Is anyone able to track down any real information on the differences between Hardy's and Carl's Jr.? Is it Carl Jr.'s or Carl's Jr.? Carl's Jr. Maybe it is Carl's Jr. It could work. The music? Oh, the music is back. Okay. I was like, oh cool, a blackbird. Then I was very upset. Bird, thank you for the renewed member. Appreciate it. Wait, is it actually Carl's Jr.? No, it's not. Stop. There's no way it's Carl's Jr. That doesn't even make sense. Like, it okay. Kind of. But like, every fast food chain is like possessive, right? Like it's, you know, it's McDonald's, it's Wendy's, it's, you know, their restaurant, it's named after them. This one is like, oh, it's Carl's kid. It's Carl's Jr. I can't be asked to read it. We read an entire article about it, and it seems like they are exactly the same. They might have a couple like specialty items that are different, but it seems like they're the same. Camargo? Hello. Got a problem with Carl's kid? I'm just saying. He named him kind of weird, that's all. I don't got a problem with the kid. His name's just kind of wacky. Oh. What'd I do? I did something wrong. I clearly did something wrong. I got it this time. For sure, I got it this time. Not even in the stratosphere anymore. Now, I'm trying to do the other one. There's two ways that you can do the mission. And last time I stayed up in the stratosphere and I shot the things down, like the main thing. But yeah, here, Keith calls you for help. And then you have to go and take out the fighters instead. And both will get you a success condition, but they go into like different missions after this one, which I didn't know until the last playthrough. And you get new dialogue and stuff, like the dialogue between missions changes, all that. So now I'm like, well, if I have to play General Resource twice to do all the endings anyway, I might as well do like the other mission that comes after this one and get the other dialogue. The other set of dialogue, the other dialogue. I speak good. It's my job to speak. Bro's gonna get hit by a seagull. Bird, I don't know how many of these streams you've been around for, but I have a habit to fly at dangerously low altitudes. If you're new to the Ace Combat streams, just be prepared for heart attacks when I barely skirt off of slamming into the ground last second. It happens frequently. Sometimes I do just hit the ground. I'm not gonna act like I don't. I normally have a plan in mind when I do it. Normally. But sometimes I do still hit the ground. It happens. I'm working on it, man. I'm working on it. Do I have time? Oh, wait a second. Oh, I don't fight the generic fighters. Hold on. There is one specific, it's marked like as an objective. We're gonna act like I knew this the whole time. All right. Because I did. I might fail again. It looks like those guys are gonna go off the radar. Oh wait, no, that's just, the radar is relative to me. We've got time. Oh wait, what? Huh? Am I upside down? Oh my God, I'm upside down. I was flying upside down that entire time? I had no clue. I started turning and I was like, that's not the direction I should be turning in. What? Again, welcome to the Ace Combat streams. This is all very normal. It's a beautiful disaster around here. Oh, God damn it. Got him.
Mission over.
I didn't get outplayed. I don't know what you're talking about. It can't fit on the replay screen. It's so big. Just gave your pilot a blood clot from being upside down? Nope. He's perfectly fine. For lore reasons, my pilot is immune to blood clots. Just saying. Just saying. Hold on. I'm going back to when Bird renewed his membership real quick, like on my phone's version of the stream that I have up for like emergency chat. I gotta land first, give me a second. Because Jess gave me some script, some code for the chat box that we think will make like the little, like the supers and stuff, like those alerts actually fade off screen properly like they were always supposed to. She may have found the fix, and obviously I couldn't watch to see what happened while I was skillfully piloting, if that's what we can call that. So I gotta go back and look. Oh, there it is. Hold on. I can watch it. Hold on. I'll take a D. That's fine. I mean, what? You know what I meant. You all know it. It faded off the screen. It worked. It worked as it was supposed to. Holy moly, it's a game changer. They fade off screen properly. Jess found the way.
確かにディジョンのやつが言う通りらしくもない失態だこの借りは必ずどこかで返すそれまでお前には死んでほしくない
Okay
俺より絶対に長生きさせてやるからなそれだけは覚えていてくれじゃあ今度またこっちから連絡する
I just want you to keep in mind, Keith, that I shot that guy down while flying the concrete fridge while you were in a perfectly good fighter. I don't know what you were doing, man.
しかし今回のような奴の失態はキース自身で解決すべき問題だろう君にはあの時君にしかできない任務があったはずだ情に流されるのも良いが 今の私は君に対して疑問を感じざるを得ない。
What?
我々は仲間の情などというものですら捨てねばならない現状がある。それをしっかりと胸に刻んでから次の任務についてくれ。
Keith is my best friend. Given who your pilot actually is, that is accurate. That's what I said. You know, according to the lore, I am immune to blood clots. Just saying. So I could never have given my pilot a blood clot. He can't get them. I, of course, won't say why. But just know that I know, you know, wink wonk and all that, for the people that do know. Regarding the recent act of terrorism above Axel Bay, reports mentioned a letter declaring criminal intent from an extremist group within Global Way, but this was revealed to be misinformation. According to an official Global Way spokesman and independent investigations by Newcom, General Resource, and local police, no extremist group could be confirmed within Global Way. As such, new theories blaming a separate, as of yet unidentified group are strengthening, and finding a clear answer seems difficult at best. Wink, wink. I did.
呆れるほど物騒な世の中になっちまったもんだよな。こういう事件があると、俺たちの敵はニューコムだけとは限らないって気にもなる。ところで、珍しくディジョンのやつ、俺には何の相談もなく有給休暇取ったらしいんだよ。この忙しいって時に何考えてやがるのかさっぱりわからん。やつとはもう随分
He's probably just taking a vacation. We all need one.
だが、最近の行動や言動にはこの俺にも理解できないことが多すぎる。何のためか知らんが、こそこそと嗅ぎ回っているようだしな。もちろん俺は奴のことを悪く言うつもりはないが、ただこの予感は何か嫌な感じなんだ。それだけはお前にも知ってほしかっただけだ。
Okay, goodbye. Thank you, Keith. Odyssean seems like a cool dude. Can our pilot also get paid leave? I wish. I was watching your videos about Ace Combat this weekend. Did you catch the new one? Went up this morning. Wank, wank. Sorry, wank, wank.
ニューコム所属のスペースシャトルが衛星軌道基地から帰還するという情報を入手した。軌道基地から資材を運搬するはずだ。これらが奴らの手に渡るとなれば、ニューコムは今後の兵器開発にあたり大きなアドバンテージを得ることとなる。そこで帰還直前の隙を突き、シャトルの破壊作戦を行う。
Okay. I don't know why we have to be so hostile all the time. Like, hear me out. What if we just let them build it? I don't, like, what are they gonna do with it? Okay, hear me out. Hear me out. The multi-purpose has a little less firepower, but it's got the mobility. I think I've gotta go with it. Ooh, it gets the cannon and the short range. It's beautiful. It's everything I could ever need. You liked my goofy humor? On the AC4 video, you mean? Damn it. How does only one of those hit? Come on now. I got this. Just a little circling. Oh god. Oh, who's missile? No, please. Missiles are scary in this game. As scary as they've ever been. But only on hard mode. On normal, it's fine. As soon as you go up to hard mode on this game, it's like, it's terrifying. Every single time I get the missile warning. Oh god. It's okay, we just keep going. Who the hell is Cynthia? I'm not stalling. Oh shit, okay, well, it's fine. I saw the water for a second, but we're 10,000 feet up. At least I think that's feet. Oh. Powers engines. I wasn't, it does have less power as well. But it had less attack. Did I say power? If I said power and not firepower, that was just me misspeaking. But I meant attack when I was saying it. God damn it. I can't target. That took my targeting away. Shuttle landing? Oh. I could probably do that. I'm a professional. I'm not stalling. How did that miss? Thank you. Okay, we're going this way. See, this is why I brought the multi-purpose too. I'm working on it. Oh my god, the missile tracking in this game is insane. What is that? You see what I mean? I feel like sometimes there's just no way for me to escape. I feel like sometimes when I say it, it's just me bitching. But other times, I legitimately do all that, and I still get nailed, and I'm just confused. I don't understand. I know that that's just SAM missiles. Those are terrible. It's the fighter missiles that scare the shit out of me. I've not done all routes before. I am aware of, like, the true ending, just because of research when I was doing the AC3 video. But I haven't actually played through... I've played through this route before. This was the one I did for the review, the General Resource Ouroboros one. But then both of the Newcom routes that I have to do after this, I have not done yet. Oh, that's just a helicopter. Yeah, R701 is future chopper. Why am I so mean to Sam? Because his missiles are shit. Every other missile in this game is taking, like, more steroids than Sam Sulek. And those are just kind of... I mean, they fly. I can give them that. Yeah. Oh, that one might hit me. Oh, shit. Oh, there's too many. I don't like this. I'm leaving. I don't like that. Why are there so many Sams down there? Can I lock onto one of them, please? Thank you. Oh, that was a gun. What? My... Oh, sweet Jesus. I'm really trying here. The music fading out scared me. I thought maybe I'd hit like a time limit. Can we take out these goddamn missile pods? There we go. Now it feels a lot safer around here. I'll get that fighter in a second. I want all of this taken out so I don't have to worry about it. Ground forces are still scary in this game. Not as scary as fighters, but still scary. Okay. Just you and me, R211. Take that big turn. It's a death trap. Beautiful. I did it. I honestly had my doubts after that missile hit me early on. But if it works, it works. I'll take it. Mission replays were genius. You know what game would be badass with mission replays like this? Like literally just running back through like a little montage of you blowing shit up with like cinematic camera angles and all that. Hear me out. This is gonna be very on brand. Armored Core should have these. Think about it. Think about it. Armored Core 6 with a replay system like that? That would be pretty sweet. That would be pretty sweet.
新素材開発に関する実験データと判明。
Why is that a D? I guess I was kind of slow, to be fair. But the planes you're giving me are kind of shit.
どうした相棒。なんとか始末したな。この調子ならディジョンも隊長から廃業か。まあこんな時に休暇を取るやつのことは忘れて、俺たちだけでやっていこうや。
Alright.
たまにはそっちからも連絡してくれよ。飲みにでも行こうぜ。ああ、でもその時は俺の昔話を嫌っていうほど聞かせるから覚悟しといてくれよな。
Are you coming on to me? You can pretend in AC1 with the fixed camera code. Oh, I guess with cheat codes, there's a couple of them that you could do that. But no, like, if they did a new Armored Core game with sort of that post-mission replay, that would be so cool.
今回も俺たちだけで処理することになった。
Oh.
ただ、まあ今となっては2人で十分だと俺は思っている。しかし、
I think he
ノーム
is.
に閉ざされているらしい。互いに連絡を取りながら任務に当たろう。では、後でな。
Oh, you know what I was talking about last week on the AC3 stream? Last Monday, right? I think it was literally last Monday. Was the last time I streamed this. Hold on. Was it? Now I have to look. It was on the 4th. Yeah, it was. Sorry. I was talking about the whole, like, I've had the idea to learn Japanese for a couple of years, just for it being really useful for me for, like, work stuff. I started studying Japanese in the last week since. I have started learning the hiragana. I've started learning how to read and write, but mostly read. More reading than writing. Barely any speaking. I mean, they're all sounds, so like, you know, speaking in the sense of like teaching a 4-year-old the alphabet and having them go like A, B, C. But a little bit of speaking, like toddler speak, you know? I could pull up the thing and see how many I know, just to flex my immense Japanese knowledge that I now have in less than a week. I think it's like 10 hiragana or something. And probably if 7 of them were put in front of me out of context, I would have no clue what it was. But like 3 of them, I would recognize them. There are 3 of them that stuck in my head really well. I swear. I remember this mission being one of my favorites. I am such a sucker for this kind of mission. I don't know why, but 3 was the first one to do something like this, and then there was another one that I specifically talked about in the AC4 video. For some reason, I'm a really big fan of these missions where they have, like, in ravine and out of ravine fighting. Where, like, you can fly above them, but then your actual, like, objectives, you have to kind of, like, dip down into them to navigate them for portions of it. I don't know why. I think it's just because, like, the biggest thing you can do to change how a mission feels in this game is, like, change the terrain that you're navigating, right? Instead of just having you go through open air. Maybe that's why I like these so much. That's why they stick with me every time. But I love these. Any mission in these games that make me change the way that I fly, great. Good stuff. That's some real variety. Player's now Keith's best friend. Yeah, I saved him once, and now the dude's all over me. I don't know what happened. At first he was all like, man, I don't know, this guy, he's not even a good enough pilot to fly with us. I don't know why you would bring him here. But now I save him one time, And he's like coming on to me. He's flirting with me. I don't know what's happening. Maybe Keith is just easy like that. I don't know. Okay, come on. Saving someone's life tends to do that. I guess. I mean, it was just a one-time thing. Keith's got to understand that, you know. Sometimes it's just a one-time thing with, like, no intention of a continued relationship. You gotta be able to differentiate, right? And I don't think I don't think Keith has differentiated very well here. Yeah, I like the guy, but, like, come on now. It was just once. Just one time. Now he just all the time he's like, hey, let's go get drinks. Let me tell you my war stories. Like, dude, I don't want all that. Best husbando. I do, unironically though, I love a good war story. Genuinely, like my buddies who are military, anytime that they get started, I can genuinely listen to that shit like all day. I don't know why, but I do unironically love a good war story, even if it's something like goofy, like it's super mundane. I don't know why I am so entertained by them. Like, one of my friends in college, he was deployed in Afghanistan when Avengers Endgame came out. And we were all talking about, like, the theater experience of seeing Endgame, like, when it came out. And he was like, you know how I watched Endgame? In the barracks, under a blanket on my phone, I pirated it from a website, watching like someone who had recorded with their phone in the theater, so it wasn't even like it was before the digital release even came out. And it was just, even if it's something stupid like that, I for some reason really like stories like that. I love a good war story. Even if it is just, I watched Endgame under a blanket in the barracks when it came out because I couldn't go see it in theaters. Oh, come on now. You guys can give Keith all the sloppy toppy you want. I don't question what you do in your free time. My weapons are gone. Oh. Can I use my missiles for this one? That was... I just about shit myself. After the experience I had in Ace 2 with like the cruise missile getting shot down, that mission near the end, when that one mission in Ace Combat 4 came up where it's shooting like 10 missiles at a time and you have to go shoot them down, I was horrified until I got close and I realized that I could just use my missiles. Like, the tracking wasn't amazing, but it was still way more efficient than using machine guns. For me, at least, as you can tell. As you can clearly see, it would be more efficient. There we go. Thank God for that. Because that mission would have been a nightmare. I would have been doing that for like an hour straight if I had to use my machine guns for it. I shouldn't have skipped the replay. There's no reason for me to watch the replay every time, but I always feel like I have to. Hold on. Hold on. I can pull up my list. My Japanese list, hold on. I'm gonna have to learn it now, by the way, because I bought the course. So, for the record, this isn't like something that I will drop. Just, if anyone thought that that was like a thing that I would do, like I bought the course. So now I have to learn it. Plus, I just really enjoy learning languages. Okay, hold on. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or no, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I know 13 no, in quotes, hiragana. Pretty impressive, right? Pretty impressive. The missile in AC2 is a better pilot than the rest of the aces in the series. It's crazy. It's so fast. And it just cuts all over the place. I think it's 13. I had to skip over. It's not an organized list. There are some like expressions and phrases in there, but 13 or so, give or take.
事故の他にテロの可能性も含め、同社では大規模な調査が現在も行われています。繰り返しお伝えします。たった今入った情報によりますと。
Oh yeah, this was the guy who just died of, what was it, like heart failure, heart attack, something. I actually maybe should have read that because I didn't remember exactly what that was. This one? Oh, this isn't the big long one. This one's also long, but it's not the speech. Oh my god, wait, it is still really long. Jesus Christ. Love the atmosphere of that mission in 4. I liked the atmosphere in most levels in 4. Genuinely. Sorry, I suddenly was like, oh yeah, I put that video up today. So I just went to check it real quick while I had a moment. And the most recent comment that I see on there is, when the sky speaks Latin, you know you're in a fight for your life. In reference to the final mission. That was amazing. Like having no like prior warning or anything of that. Just the Latin choir coming in out of nowhere in the last mission was crazy. There was like shit falling from the sky. It was a wild... Speaking of, like, the atmosphere in 4, that mission is crazy. Wall-to-wall bangers on all front, my favorite in the series. It seems like... Okay, I'm kind of confused as of this morning, right? Kind of confused as of this morning. I had kind of thought that, like, the general favorite, like, in terms of the Ace Combat community as a whole, was 5. Is that just, like, I had the wrong idea this whole time? Because so many comments this morning were like, oh, this is the one. This is my favorite one. And I got some people saying, like, oh, I don't know if you'll enjoy 5 as much as 4 because of some design decisions and stuff. But 5 is still really good. But this one's better. Like, I got a lot of those comments, too. So maybe... Like, was I just wrong thinking that 5 was, like, the fan favorite? It's between 5 and 0. I guess I forgot... I hear 0 a lot, too, now that you mention it. But not 4. It seems like there is a lot of love for 4, but maybe just not... Like, it's the fan favorite level. He is still yapping. I forget how long this speech is. And there's another speech like this still coming up from Dician. Jesus Christ. It's even longer when I talk over it. I just had, like, a whole discussion, like a whole topic I burned through, and he's still going. I see 5 is better than 4 too. Okay. Okay. So 5 and 0 are like the fan favorites. Okay. Because I was like planning on going into 5 almost with that perspective. Like when I did the Ace Combat, or not Ace Combat, sorry. the Armored Core 3 review months back now at this point. God, that was in August. Jesus. Like, out of the... for a lot of Armored Core fans, 3 is, like, the big favorite, right? So going into that one, it was kind of like... just looking at it as the sequel to everything that came before it, but also as, like... is this the peak of the series? And I was kind of planning on going into 5 and 0 that way as well. So when I started getting so many comments this morning that were like, 4 is my favorite, I was like, wait a minute. Should I have done that with this game? My favorites are 4 and X for the PSP. I've heard some people bring up X. Like, every once in a while, someone is like, that one PSP game is surprisingly a banger. Just here and there, it comes up. Makes me wonder if the Game Boy one is any good. I joke. Like, it could be fine, but there's just no way that, like, a Game Boy Ace Combat game could compete, you know? I think that's kind of just the problem with, like, Game Boy and DS spin-offs from the era in general, like, when that was a thing. I mean, from the era. It's like, you could make a pretty good, like, spin-off game for the DS or the Game Boy or what have you. But it could just never compete with, like, the console games. Because they just, what do you do with it to actually make it, like, properly compete? Some things didn't suffer from that. Like, Mario Kart DS was a banger. A lot of platformers fared a lot better on there as well. X plays like AC4 to me. Hold on. Now I'm curious, what are the best Game Boy Advance games? Because they're all gonna be like spin-offs of bigger franchises for the most part. Not all, but most will be. That was kind of like most big hitters on the DS and Game Boy were spin-offs of existing game series. Like WarioWare is up there. There's a Castlevania Game Boy game that's apparently really good. I've still never touched Castlevania. A Link to the Past with 4 swords. I forgot that was a thing. But that's literally just a port. It's actually just a port. Wait, Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2 got ported to the Game Boy Advance? I'm going down a rabbit hole again. I'm gonna contain myself here. Let me take the Raptor 2 out, just because I haven't. Time to start donating. It's closed. It's closed. Do not do it with the intention of it adding time. Yesterday was the last day. Like, yesterday was on 0 days. Today is like the send-off. I've kept it for one last stream. It dies tonight. But we were at 0 days yesterday. I just decided to keep it for one last send-off for the beard. Tend to have like 60% overlap. They're just like, there were good games on Game Boy and DS, but there was a lot of bad games on Game Boy and DS. Like, way more bad than good. Like, there were definitely some real fun games on there. Like, I had a DS, I had a Game Boy. But man, like, most of the games that I would ever buy for them would just kind of end up being shovelware. Is the beard for sale now? Sure, if you want. How much you offering for the beard? Actually, never mind. I don't need anyone doing any weird cloning shit with my beard DNA. I don't need anyone cloning the beard. Not me, just the beard, specifically. But hello, Raiden. And is it Aniket or Aniket? You gotta let me know, because otherwise I'm gonna say it wrong the whole time. The pubathon is gonna be way less fun. That would be a lot less fun. Like, the beardathon wasn't very fun past a certain point, right? Like, I ate a burger from a bar, a local bar last night that had like a house sauce on it, sort of thing. And just like every bite, I would have to like thoroughly wipe my mustache, right? It's not fun. I would get so much shit in this stash. I'm ready to go back to having like a normal length beard. Because it's not that I'm not gonna have a beard past this point. It's just, it's gonna be like, you know, a normal length. We're gonna be shocked at how actually young, or how young you actually are. Someone recently asked, I think it was on one of the DMC streams if I remember right. Someone recently asked how old I was, and I said 21, and they were like, what? I thought you were like 27 to 30 range. I was like, yep, that's the beard. Plus, obviously, my clear maturity, of course. I'm so mature. I've been leaning into the mature meme really hard ever since False recently said that she frequently forgets how young I am because of how mature I am, and I have not let it go. Ever since, I've just been like, I'm just so mature for my age. I thought you were about to say you found a pube in your burger? No. No. Oh. How do you... What is the... Hold on. I got this. I got this. I got this. Check this out. Because even that, I'm like, how do you pronounce the K? Is it K? Kate? Hold on. But check this out. This is so much easier. Why did I not think of this before? Because I can get an answer real easy here. YouTube.
The following pronunciation is brought to you by pronouncenames.com.
Thank you, pronouncenames.com.
Aniket.
Aniket. Hold on.
Aniket.
Aniket.
Aniket. Aniket.
They like spell out the pronunciation almost the same way, like with the UH, but it's like a ah. Aniket. He ordered the pube on his burger. No, there was no pube in my burger, for clarity. Well, now I know how to say it. Just people pretending to not be children when they still are inside. I embrace my inner child. Clearly, look at me. Look what we're doing right now. We're playing the fun, you know, fly the jet around PlayStation game. My inner child is very alive. Real maturity is knowing how to keep the balance between pretending you're not still a child and showing that you are. I'm 12 and this is deep. Oh God. Oh God. Please. Beautiful. Sub bass in here. Let's hope I can do it right the first time. I brought the short range missiles this time because the last playthrough I was like, oh, I will want the the air to ground missiles, obviously, because I'm taking out ground targets, and they ended up being terrible for this mission, like just awful. Yeah, I know about Infinity. I'm still upset that I'll have to skip it. Because I hate needing to skip a game in a review series because it's like genuinely lost to time. But like, there's nothing to be done for Infinity. Because of the fact that the first thing the game did, because there was single player content, like apparently from what I've been told, a good amount of single player content in Infinity that I could have reviewed, even with the servers being down. But the game, when you opened it, would connect to the servers before even pulling you into the main menu. So genuinely, if it can't connect to the servers, you can't even like get to the menu to access the single player content. Which, yeah, you had to pay for it all like one mission at a time. Well, nowadays with it being like offline, like I was saying, someday, even though it's not a thing currently, someday there will be like members of the community that come together to like create fan servers to host on like emulation. Like Demon Souls has it, Armored Core Verdict Day has it, where fans just like made and host a server so that you can still go and access like all the online functionality of the game if you're playing on emulator nowadays, even though the servers got shut down a long time ago. Eventually Infinity will get that, and I'm sure that when it gets that, said fans will probably throw something in where like all of the paid content is accessible, because like how are you gonna pay for it? No one's there to accept the money. And it would be legal for them to do that, for the record. There would be no like legal problems with that. Because at that point, abandonware is a thing. If there's no official way to purchase a game, then if someone just makes that content accessible for like preservation's sake, like archiving's sake, that's fine. Or we could just hope for, you know, a re-release or something of the sort, but I doubt that it will ever get that. I get very mixed signals about what Infinity was. Like, I haven't really looked into it, but just word of mouth so far, I can't tell if it was good or not. I get so many people who are like, yeah, it was actually super fun. And then I get so many people who are like, nah, it was just pay to win garbage. It was awful. So I actually have no idea, as of right now, what the deal with Infinity really was in terms of quality. There's one target way out here. I need to get it. I can't leave it. We take everything out. It missed. Are you shitting me? Okay. This time we get it. Right? Beautiful, thank you. Come here. Was it a PS3 exclusive? Ace Combat Infinity? That's really weird if it was. I didn't know that about it before. My weapons have been turned off so that he could tell me how urgent it is that I quickly take out this submarine. Verdict Day servers are still up. There are no fan servers. I thought the servers were only still up in Japan. At least that's what I was told. Because I know that on RPCS3 there are fan servers that you can connect to for it, that are meant to preserve it. Or are they just connecting to the Japanese server somehow? Didn't you already beat this game on stream? There are 5 paths to play through, Ryan. And to get the true ending, you have to clear all 5.
キースすまない
Still up, both international and Japan? Are you sure? There are fan servers on RPCS3. Like, I know there are. Because, I had a lot of people asking why I didn't use them when I did the review to, like, get some of the raid boss content and stuff like that. But it's because I didn't use RPCS3. I used Xenia instead. I did the 360 version of the game. I could have sworn international servers were shut down. We so don't need to see it 5 times, but we need the true ending to have really, really taken the game all the way down. To have mastered the game, right? I have to have mastered all missions. We're getting into endgame territory again here. We're getting into the final act where shit's about to hit the fan and it's gonna become hell. As it does in the 3rd act every time. We so don't... Oh, I already read that, my bad. People still play on the PS3 international servers. What? I didn't say that. I know I didn't say that. Oh, I got the A rank. Somehow. I didn't even feel like that was very quick. But I'll take it. If that was the perfect play, that was the perfect play. Does this game have a rank sheet at the end? Play exclusively on the PS3 Japanese server. Is it accessible outside of Japan? I guess it would be somehow. Like, obviously not natively, or maybe it is natively. I don't know. I never bothered with connecting to any server for it. Because I was like, I haven't done multiplayer for any of these games before for the reviews. Granted, Gen 5 is different, but I had already done AC5 without it because AC5, there just isn't an option to get on the servers. PS3 console games are region free. Oh. Is that a thing that they did, like, after the fact? Or after the fact of, like, PS3 being in its active life cycle, I mean? Because I know, it was either AC5 or Verdict Day that had, like, a region lock problem with the servers. I don't remember which one it was. It got explained to me that, because of how low the population was outside of Japan, it was a big problem because, like, the UK had their own server that they were locked into, and, like, US had their own server that they were locked into. I think it was 5 that had that problem. Because if I remember right, Verdict Day corrected the problem. Sorry, I'm thinking. Oh yeah, by just having, it had like the Japan server and then just an international server. Where if you were anywhere outside of Japan, there was just one big international server you played on. And that apparently helped a lot with like preserving the population, making it so you could still reasonably find people online. You need to play the PS3 version in order to achieve 100%. Why is that? Were there exclusive like missions or something like that? I wasn't able to get the PS3 discs to work on RPCS3. 5 was the one that had region locked? Yeah, okay. I heard that that was a nightmare back in the day. Because a lot of people who were like, oh, going back, the game wasn't that bad, but like, at the time, it had some big problems, and that was one that came up a bit. I'm distracted by comments again. All of this played on the other general resource paths so far. I'm waiting for new dialogue because it's going to happen any second. But none of this is different yet. Yet. I gotta go give comments hearts while I'm here. 意識という名で呼ばれてきた力で構成される意志は肉体などといった脆弱な存在を限界とはしていなかったのだ。そしてこの事実を我々は有史以前から知識として伝承してきた。歴史を振り返ってみるまでもない。肉体の限界を持たない生命の存在について Some special bosses and achievements. Achievements. I didn't even consider doing achievements. Because none of the games have them until Gen 4 probably had them? I would think. I would assume that Gen 4 was the first to have achievements, but even then they might not have. Because trophies and achievements came in that generation, but they weren't there at the very beginning. They came later. I think this is new now. Unless I'm mistaken. Maybe not. It's hard to say, because even if it is new compared to the last path, I played this path for the review, so it'll still be familiar to me. This is new. 100%. Yes.
サーフで一緒だったレナです。まさかこんな形でまたあなたに会えるなんて。でもどこかで私きっとあなたもこの彼の戦いに参加してくれるような気がしていたのかもしれない。ねえ、私たち二人が似てるってあの頃メールで言ったことがあったよね。あの時はなんであんなことをって自分でもわからなかった。でもあの気持ちはきっと今日のことを教えてくれていたのかな。辛い戦いになってしまったけど、お互い彼のために自分の翼を精一杯役に立てましょう。
Okay.
我らがウロボロスの意志、それはこの世界をつなぐあまたのメディアを使い、すでに十分すぎるほど告げることができた。残すは実践あるのみ。そう、誰のためでもない我々自身が各々の翼によって地上から空を見上げることしかできぬ奴らに知らしめてやろうではないか。すでにナシメントという名の前時代のルールは私が葬っておいた。そして次は科学という名で新たな富を貪ろうとしている輩に制裁を。君には最新鋭のエアロコフィンゲームを用意しておいた。
ゲーム？
飛べ、ウロボロスのしもべたち。
I forgot how genuinely batshit crazy he is as soon as he just shows you what he's really up to. I completely forgot that he's like this. I loved this thing when I first played for the review. I think heavy machine gun is probably the move for me. I like the cannon, but that middle ground between like power per shot and rate of fire, it's easier to hit when I'm slinging more bullets. So going in the middle works better for me. Oh yeah, here we go. Recommend fight the online special bosses for 100%. It'll pretty much, when it comes to like getting there for the 100% streams, whether or not I do that will depend on if I can get the PS3 versions working on RPCS 3. Because I could just play off of, well, assuming my PS3 still works, it's been like a good 4 years since I even like plugged it in. Assuming it works, I could play off of that with a capture card. Oh, actually I couldn't. I would have to get a new capture card for it. Ugh, PS3, pain in my ass. Sorry. I could, but it would just be much worse visually. And gameplay-wise, having like half the frame rate. You need a 4-man team to stand a chance. I mean, to that extent, we could probably fare pretty well with me just going, anyone in chat, queue up for these bosses. We got it. It would probably work out. But yeah, it kind of just depends on whether I can get it working or not. Because even using my actual hardware, it would be a coin toss if it'll work properly. It's been a long time since I even touched the PS3. Shitty console, but the main thing I even used my PS3 for, like when I did use it like 4 years ago, was I just played my PS1 stuff on it. Because like I could plug in the PS1 and use that, or I could use the PS3 and it will all run at like 1080. And, you know, I can use Bluetooth controllers instead of the wired ones, and like I just use it to play my PS1 games, like on the TV in my bedroom. So even when I was last using my PS3, I wasn't using it for PS3 things. As someone who is neutral in ye old console war, God, I hate the PS3. Terrible, or not terrible, shitty system. Not quite terrible territory, but it was shitty. I didn't like the PS3. I didn't like it then. I still don't like it now. Nothing ever changed my mind on the PS3. I don't like it. There we go. So far, so good on this mission. I took a little machine gun fire, but that's not bad. Third act of these games kind of just completely goes to shit every run on hard mode. I missed. The missiles in this game need to work with me a little more. It's ridiculous that that missed. Come on now. This time we got it. It's just a helicopter. It missed again. Thank God Disian's here, man. Because Jesus Christ. Okay, big turn. I do still like this thing. It's got all a man could ever need. I just missed. How am I missing, like, these floating helicopters? This is crazy. What are my missiles doing here? I mean, nothing, but, like, why are they doing nothing here? I get that they like float up and down. But the way that I get hit by missiles in this game, that little up and down motion should not be enough for mine to whiff this consistently. That's crazy. And now we got fighters here. Great. Hello. Oh my god. I've shot 5 at it. I give up. I'm not shooting the helicopters anymore. Missiles don't work. Got it. Buildings only need 1. I won't complain. We'll see you around, Augustin. Have a good rest of your day. Come on. Oh, you know what I did the other night that was amazing? So at the Game Awards recently, this is just random thought, so I just ADHD go burr. At the Game Awards, right, they gave us like an actual look at the gameplay for that new Dragon Ball Tenkaichi game, which if you grew up with a PS2 and you were even a slight Dragon Ball fan and you were blessed enough to have a copy of Budokai Tenkaichi 3, that was a game and a half. Like one of the most just like purely enjoyable games from my childhood. So I've been very hyped ever since they like first announced they were doing a 4th one, right? But we got that gameplay trailer at the Game Awards that was showing it off a bit and it looked great. And so my buddy who recently, like a couple years ago, watched Dragon Ball for the first time and got super into it. Where are the missiles going? Sorry. He'd never played it growing up. So the other night, I dumped my old disc onto my computer, loaded it up in PCSX2, and got it working properly in there and everything. And then we used Parsec to like share my computer screen and stuff to him, allow him to like do inputs and all that. And we booted up Tenkaichi 3, and we just played like the local matches on it, right? Because it had like split screen, so you could play against a friend. And that game is still just such a blast. That is such a classic. It was amazing. That game aged like wine. It holds up so much better than you would expect it to. And it has now only made both of us even more excited to throw $70 each away on a Dragon Ball fan service game whenever it comes out. There's still no release window for it even. But someday. Someday. As long as they keep the roster size that the old games had, I will be a happy boy. Having seen that trailer and seeing that like the gameplay is remaining pretty much exactly the same. As long as it has that big ass roster with all the characters that even like have no reason to be there. And it's got stuff like Hercule dealing 1 damage a punch. And just being a gag character. I will be very happy. Oh, come on! Alright, I give up. I haven't been getting bombarded with missiles that track me to the ends of the earth, but we have entered the territory of everything dodges my missiles way more easily than I managed to dodge anything. That's already started. I love the descent into madness in a way. Like every time I get into the 3rd act of a run in this game, it all falls apart so quickly. It doesn't take long. Everything goes to shit in a matter of like 2 missions. on. There we go. Oh, we're not done. Okay. I won't let a single one escape. Oh god, they're in the helicopters. Please, missiles, do your thing. I guess if they're not bobbing in place, we might... Okay. First one is already striving to prove me wrong. Ugh. Holy damage. Holy damage. Yep. We are definitely in Act 3. Okay. I'm not getting close and flying slowly, that's for sure. That plan goes out the window. I was like, oh, I can just machine gun them up close. That'll work. Okay, come on now. Thank you. Wowza. That hurt. Oh my god, you know what I never did? When I played 4, I never, did like the cinematic missile shot. Everyone told me if you hold the B button, you can get a cinematic shot, and it starts in 4, and I never tried it. I completely forgot. I could sink Mega Float. I could definitely sink Mega Float. I got an A for that. The rating system in this game is wacky. It feels so, what's the word? Random. Arbitrary. Arbitrary is a good word. I wanted something better than random. Like sometimes I think I play pretty well and I get a D rank. And then other times I think I play like shit and I get an A rank. Makes no sense to me. Feels like DMC2. No, DMC2 at the very least. I can understand the logic of that ranking system. It's just that that ranking system is terrible. This one I can't see like what's going on in the background, like what's contributing to the rank. So it just feels completely like, and I only ever really get A's and D's. I never get a C, I never get a B, it's only A or D. It's all about the time taken based on what the briefing says. Is it actually? There goes the city. Featured in a bonus mission in 4? What do you mean a bonus mission? What bonus mission? Hold on. What bonus mission are you talking about? Bonus mission. Hold on a second. In the shoot the target thing. Oh, this cutscene. This cutscene to offer some critique to Ace Combat 3's story. Because the more that I think about it, the more I'm like, maybe I gave it a little too much credit. This cutscene makes no sense, like on its own and with where they placed it in the story. It's one of the training missions? Oh. Training mission. Maybe.
なぜ俺はまだ死んでいないんだ。ヨコ、お前は俺に何をしたんだ。
Makes sense once you know your identity. I do know my identity. But even then, it doesn't like immediately get cleared up. It's one thing about this game's story presentation is that it really you can't understand everything given to you in a single run if you haven't played other runs. Which, like, it's fair for that to be something that they wanted, but it's also like, I mean, at least nowadays, it's just so commonly understood in the design space that the majority of players won't even complete your game once. So having stuff like that where it's like, it doesn't make sense unless you complete the game 5 times, like, so few people are going to even ever understand what that cutscene really meant. Because it's like, it's just randomly thrown in there. Like, there's no context from Dician in regards to it. It's placed way out of order, obviously, for anyone who understands it. But, like, that's a cutscene that happens before any events of this game. And they just kind of randomly play it right there with no context for you to understand what the hell it is. Feels like a FromSoft game. Yeah. And it's like, if you want it to be obscure, fair enough, but it's obscure. I do also criticize FromSoft storytelling for that from time to time, because sometimes I'm like, you guys, this just makes no goddamn sense. Like, this, a lot of it really does make sense if you're really paying attention. Some of it is just like, to anyone who has not played this game like 3 or 4 times, this is nonsense. I think Dician gets robo-sized like halfway through the game. I don't think he does. I think... I could be wrong. I think he's, what's it called? Sublimated, like, before the events of the game even start. I could be wrong. Because he's never... You know how, like, Keith is seen, like, in person in, like, the reports and stuff when you join General Resource and all that? Dician never is. And aside from, like, that one at the very beginning where he's talking about how his body is limited and stuff like that, like, at the very, very beginning. So maybe it's not before all events in the game, but well before... the reveal, I'm pretty sure. At the very least, I'm certain that it's like long before the portrait change and all that. I think he's sublimated already. I'm fairly certain, at least. Maybe I'm wrong. I always thought that he was just covering it up for... Like, by the time that you join General Resource, I'm pretty sure he's not actually there. Because aside from that one report near the beginning, he's never shown, like, being in person with someone else. Whereas, like, other characters are. Just here and there, it'll be, like, sprinkled in where it's like, oh, you see them physically in a space with other people. But Dician doesn't have that after, like, the very beginning. He's always in that same room with, like, the gray background. Dead from the very start. That's what I thought. I thought he was already sublimated, like, from the beginning. And he just, you know, only reveals it when the portrait changes. Hello, Lego. You know, for an Act 3 mission, this is surprisingly laid back so far. I say so far for when it eventually just flips on its head and goes batshit. You know, I've covered my bases with the so far. Whoa. What's the word? I can't think of it. Never mind. I will have... I have to hold my tongue with a lot of, what's it called? A lot of the things that I think about 3's story. Because I just can't until I get the final ending. The final ending changes everything. In many ways. Positive and negative. This is why this felt familiar when I did it in the UPO route. Because you kill him the same way in the General Resource Ouroboros route. Oh, Dician, you disabled my weapons for a little. I die here. I can't turn around in there. Are you shitting me? Oh, are you shitting me? I got a little carried away, I guess, but why do they disable your weapons during dialogue? Why? Womp womp. That was awful. At least it's not that bad to rerun this mission, right? Like, this is probably... These 2 missions back to back alone? Because the 3rd act is always, like, only 4 or 5 missions long, right? I mean, all the acts are generally, like, 4 or 5 missions long. The General Resource route is longer, but, you know, whatever. Oh boy. These 2 missions back to back, like, this might be the easiest Act 3 route. At least that I've done so far. Neither of these are all that difficult. Especially compared to the UPO and the General Resource Act 3s. Like, these 2 missions have been super chill. But this is gonna hit me. Yeah, there it is. To A rank this, you have to kill all enemies? Jesus. No way. Okay, I was gonna say. Jesus Christ. What? What? That's insane. It lost me and then it got me again. Excuse. As an Englishman, it hurts that you Yanks call them French fries. You call your potato chips crisps. All right. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. You know why? Because most French fries, or sorry, not French fries. Sorry, I confused myself. That was an on the thought light bulb moment, and it was completely misdirected. Never mind. Forget I said anything. I was about to say most French fries aren't even crispy. Oh, come on now. There we go. Beautiful. And cookies, biscuits, that's true. You guys don't even know what a real biscuit is. Southern biscuit, southern buttered biscuit. You don't know the truth. You can't handle the truth. It's been kept from you for so long. If I could speak a coherent sentence, this would be a better bit. Okay, come on now. See, and like that missile just immediately lost lock on me while I wasn't even maneuvering. I don't understand the missile locks in this game. I just kind of do what works a lot of the time and hope. And that's about as good as it gets. What else do you need to specify? Sorry, what else do you fry that you need to specify? Oh. What else do we fry, you ask? Well, well, well. Let me tell you what else we fry. Anything that is edible. You think I joke? It's not a joke. Everything, seriously. You want a deep fried cheeseburger? They exist. They're not common, but we do them. Some places do them. Like, I'm speaking the entire ass cheeseburger, then you deep fry it. It is genuinely, you can get that some places. Fried a Gundam and ate it. Plastic model kit, amazing. I think it would be delicious, personally. As long as there's no lettuce on it, no. Okay, lettuce on a burger is great. There should be lettuce on a burger, in my opinion. However, some burgers take it a step too far. In my opinion, household burger that is the worst offender, the Big Mac from McDonald's has so much goddamn lettuce on it for no reason. It's awful. Why is there so much lettuce on that burger? Who decided to put that much lettuce on that burger? Deep fried ice cream only in America. That's actually not an American thing. For the record, fried ice cream, you can get it here, but it's not a thing that originates here. Fried ice cream, that one's not on us. It's amazing, by the way, if you've never had it. But we did not create the fried ice cream. That wasn't our idea. We stole that one. For the record. Bigger burgers should be wider, not taller. That is also true. No one wants a taller burger. Because it gets too tall and it's so hard to eat. Deep fried Baconator. Baconators go very hard. I am a big Baconator fan. You can fry ice cream now, ice cream. Dude, it's so good too. It's a Mexican thing. It comes from Mexico, fried ice cream. And if I ever go to like a good Mexican place, because I'm a snob with my Mexican food, by the way, if you don't know this lore, I love Mexican food, but it has to like actually be Mexican food. Tex-Mex just pisses me off. Like American Mexican food, I hate it. It's not that I hate it on its own merit, but knowing how real Mexican food tastes and then having like Tex-Mex, like bullshit American Mexican food, it's so wrong. I can't do it. I hate shitty ass, unless it's Taco Bell. Taco Bell is an exception because that shit is made in a lab to be perfectly delicious for as cheap as possible to the American palate. That is like the one exception. Taco Bell goes way too hard. But I generally am a big snob with my Mexican food, admittedly. How bad does it feel going from 4 to 3? Honestly, I've been holding my tongue, but it's rough. It is rough to go from the controls of AC4 back to 3. It really is. I've had some ball and Tex-Mex. It's not the same, man. It's not right. It's not right. But if I'm ever at one of those like really good Mexican places, like when I know the spots where I live, like I know the spots here now. When I was in Orlando, I really knew the spots and there was some amazing Mexican down there. If they do fried ice cream, it's so hard for me to not order it as like a dessert. Cause it's so good. It's really good. They like flash fry it, right? Which if you don't know is literally like they take it and it's got the stuff on it to fry, like the coating, right? And instead of like leaving it in the fryer, they literally like they dunk it in, pull it out. They flash fry it so that the ice cream actually stays like cold and solid in the middle. But it's got like a fried coating around it and it's, oh. And it's amazing, like the coating is warm, but the ice cream is still cold. It's incredible. It's great. Fried ice cream kicks so much ass. It's wild. Sorry if I'm talking over it. I knew this would happen. Like, I have seen these. So I knew that I would end up talking over them. Even though I said I wouldn't. It's okay, it's subtitled. How much of my audience is from Japan, actually? That's a great question. That's low. That's lower than I would have thought. Only 0.3% of my audience can actually understand them anyway. It does surprise me that it's that low. Like, only because countries that are above it, like, it surprises me that I have more viewers in those countries than from Japan, considering I cover so many Japanese games. Like, games that are really big in Japan. But I guess to that extent, they're probably watching Japanese creators that cover the same games. For the most part. So, maybe it's not that shocking, now that I mentioned that. Shout out to the surprisingly high, and I had no idea, amount of viewers from Indonesia on my channel. I had no clue there would be so many of you, and you probably would have assumed the same. But know that there's a lot of you. Chole viewers from Indonesia can what's the word? Band together. That's what I'm looking for. My United States demographic has actually shot way up since I started doing mostly video-based stuff. I say mostly, I still stream the same amount, but since I started emphasizing videos so much, my US-based viewership has shot up a good bit. It's almost 50% now. It's like 47% United States, which it was not that high before.
お前ら仲間割れか。いいタイミングだったようだな。ディジョン。ならばここで俺の蹴りをつけさせてもらうぞ。ヒースか。ふざけるな、消えろ。そうだったのか。貴様の目的は最初からこれだったんだな。なぜ誰なんだ。どこまで俺を舐める気だ。
I love how Dizian feels betrayed by Keith somehow in this situation. None of them! Woo! She pulled straight up into the sky. What's the female percentage at? Actually, hold on. I can look after this. Come on. Oh, one of them hit. We're boss fighting, Jess. Crazy bitch needs to get shot down. She's fully gone crazy. I think that was 2. It might have just been 1, but it looked like it was 2. Check this out. I lined up a beauty shot here. Oh no, she's turning. Son of a bitch. I should have seen this coming. But she's flying straight at me. Not one of them! Bullshit. Come here, Reina. I'm not stalling. Oh god, she's gonna hit me with the laser. Come here. Why are you so evasive? That's 1. I'll take 1. That's all you're willing to give. I will not complain. 1 at a time will get us there eventually. Oh! What a flurry! Yep, she's lost it.
レナケース貴様に何がわかる
わかりたくもない。俺はお前とお前のすべて。
Come on, Keith, do it. Get their asses. I know you got it in you. Oh, wait, no. Not this. Please. He's fine. He's doing just fine. So far. I can't, Keith. I can't do it. How could you ask me to shoot at you? I could never, ever. I definitely didn't just do it. Goodbye, Keith. See ya. Oh, my weapons got turned off. Oh, there we go. Ow. They've decided to turn on me. They all were so happy to just sit around and do nothing up to this point. God damn it. It's about to become a shit show out here. Just 1 at a time. Oh, wrong direction. Still not quite used to it. It's got a learning curve to it. The holding triangle thing, that is. Oh boy. Oh, it's the blimp shooting missiles at me. It's not even the fighters. Wait, there's one straggler, like, way out here. What are you doing down there? I hit one. There we go. Come on down. No way I'm stalling. I'm slamming the afterburners. It's not allowed to stall. I got this. 67% damage and a dream. One missile will kill me. Or that will definitely do it too. Fly into him, come on. Yes! That's a good streak right there. That's the sort of thing that we needed. Ah, shit. I still got 80 missiles left. I can be spamming them pretty hard. Beautiful. Beautiful. Heavily recommend fighting the mob while taking down Reyna. It's probably a good recommendation. We won't need it. We end this here and now. No second attempts. Oh, and this guy's hanging out way down there again. What's up with that? It's a free kill, pretty much. Ah, only hit one, though. Now he's coming back to actually fight a little bit. Oh, come on. There we go. In the GR Oro route, definitely had BS missiles happen to me in this game. This absolutely feels like the easiest route in the end game. At least from the 3 that I've played so far. Unless, you know, Newcom or Newcom Oro end up being easier in Act 3. Of the first 3 that we've done, this is certainly the... Oh my... That was me being stupid. I should have swerved. I don't know why I didn't think to. God damn it. You can't make that shit up. Hold on. Hold on. I was gonna check. The female viewership on the channel, Jess, is at a whopping all-time high of 8%. Which, for the record, is a joke. That's lower than it used to be for the channel, for new people. It's just because we've gotten so many more dudes here now. Just new people coming in, right? I'm sure we've gotten a whole lot new of both, but... I can certainly see how maybe more new people that came in with, like, you know, the big mech game might have been more weighted towards the male side. You know, the blow shit up with mech or blow shit up with plane games might have more of a male demographic than other things I've previously done. Compared to, you know, like Hollow Knight or what else was I doing that had like super big female demographics? Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate has a massive female demographic. Like across the board. It wasn't just my channel. It's like everyone noticed it. Baldur's Gate had a very, very large female demographic. Still has. But I say has as in just when I did it. Someday I'll finish Baldur's Gate. So good. So long, but so good. Opinion on this OST? It's good. It's too short. Like, only half of it really bangs. And it's so short that it loops into the build-up after only actually banging for about as long as it took to get there. You know what I mean? You know how some things outstay their welcome? This one understays. It leaves too soon. Oh god. Come on. Come on. I'm not stalling. I'm slamming the afterburners. How am I only moving at like 20? That's crazy. I've never seen it that low. I've never seen it that low. We really went down to like 20 units per second. That was crazy. Oh, good string. I don't know who shot that. Thank God. I probably didn't need to shoot 6, but it worked. Yeah, I don't need to deal with like the entire group of fighters here. But I can definitely pick off a good handful or so. It makes things easier even just to take out as many as I have so far. Like, I could shoot Reyna down now and it would already be so much easier than it was the first time. These guys seem way less evasive than enemy pilots in the other routes. Like, am I crazy? I can't be. Because Lego also said that he's never had any, like, missile tracking problems on this route specifically. Which is maybe also why I didn't notice it when I played for the review. Did you check? I had to read a story. I did. It was 8% now. We're at 8% as of the last month. Which, to be fair, 8% for a gaming channel is still higher than it typically is. It's probably the beard, right? It's gotta be. But it's definitely lower than the 19% that there once was. Maybe that's the beard. Definitely not the mechs. I genuinely said it was the mechs. I was like, it might just be that with such a large influx of new people coming in for the big blow things up as mech and plane games, that maybe those communities have less women than some other gaming communities do, like Hollow Knight does. I remember the Hollow Knight female demographic being super high. I don't remember exactly what it was, but the Hollow Knight content specifically, the female demographic was very, very high compared to usual. Come on now. A 19%. It'll shoot back up when we do Devil May Cry 3. Because everyone loves Dante past the first couple Devil May Cry games. He's likable enough in the first game. He literally just stands there and blank faces the majority of DMC2. But then in 3 and onwards, he's just a goofball. Just an unrelenting ball of goofiness from beginning to end. Like when he gets his new hat in the 5th game and he does a Michael Jackson dance for like 30 seconds straight. Shit like that. Composer of this song also did songs for X2 Joint Assault. What's X2 Joint Assault? Wait. Joint Assault. Hold on. I've seen this come up in comments before, and every time that I see someone mention Joint Assault, I'm like, what's Joint Assault? And then I always have to go and look. Yeah, it was one of the PSP games, but it's the one that people don't bring up as much. I always, every time it comes up, I'm like, what one is that again? The 30-second dance sequence. He starts doing goofy shit in 3. The next DMC stream will be Goofball Dante for the most part. I have 2 missions left of DMC 1 hard mode, and then I'm doing DMC 3 on normal. Like, I'm starting up that game. I think Dissian tries to hack in Reina's mind to get the plane. Is that where the memory erasure, I guess would be the pronunciation, I think, comes from? Because, like, I get what's happening, but it just kind of happens, like, out of nowhere. That's the part that I have not understood with it. Is that it just kind of is like, 1 second, she's there. Are you shitting me? The next, she's not. That would make some sense. Like, more sense. If it was Dissian trying to hack in and take control. And he accidentally... Oh, it's me? I didn't do shit. Don't you put this on me. I didn't do anything. I didn't hack into anyone's brain, alright? I won't be accused of such crimes. Because I didn't commit them. Are you shitting? 4%? Okay, if it only hits me for 4%, I won't complain that much. I was like, that was a crazy shot. That's why she was the ace of UPO. But if it only deals 4%, I'm not gonna be that mad. The way I would write it. Headcanon. It's a real thing. You can't tell me my headcanon is wrong. It's canon in my head. You can't change that. I didn't hack anyone's brain. Okay, now. Don't hit me. It hit me a little bit. 3%, but it adds up over time. At least this mission, like, even though I've been shot down twice, you notice how I'm not, like, sitting here baby raging at this mission because it doesn't feel like bullshit? Totally not firing shots at the other story paths on hard mode whatsoever. But, like, have you noticed the lack of baby rage in the 3rd act of this path? Swirly planes aren't helping? What? You mean all these maneuvers don't help with your headache? And that's crazy talk. I don't know how it doesn't. I can't even begin to understand how. I think this would soothe it, if anything. We'll see you around, Jess. This is the game that I play when I have a headache. It makes it better. But maybe I'm just, you know, made for the skies. Maybe I just belong up here. It was my true calling all along. Oh, you guys want to know one of my big whoops moments for the week? A little bit ago, like a few weeks ago, I turned down a sponsor that emailed me and was like, hey, would you be interested in doing some coverage? It wasn't really a sponsor, kind of a sponsor, of our new game that's coming out soon. And I looked at it and I was like, you know, game doesn't look that bad, but like, I don't want to do a whole video dedicated to this because it'll take like a week out of review series schedule if I do that. And I don't want to do that right now. So I politely turned them down and just said like, it doesn't really work with my schedule right now. And then they were at the Game Awards. Like I saw it come up and I was like, are you shitting me? And the chat was pretty receptive to this game. Well, as receptive as the Game Awards live chat can be to any game. And I was like, well, that was maybe not my best decision. Maybe I should have teamed up with these guys. Maybe. A teacher of mine found out I'm a Cancer and she said I'm exactly like the sign. Is this good? All I know is we're crybabies. I don't know. I don't know shit about space racism. Other than I like, if it ever comes up, I'll just tell people that I'm a random sign that I'm not. And every time they'll be like, oh, you're such a Scorpio. Like you seriously are. Like I believe it. And I'm not. I'm just not whatever I told them. And then I tell them that. I'm like, I lied. I'm not. I'm a Taurus. And it makes them look stupid every time. I love it. I'm not normally toxic, but for some reason with zodiac sign stuff, I always am. And it's funny. Every time, it's funny. I don't get sick of that bit whenever it happens. Like, I swear to you, if you ever see someone come into chat and, like, naturally bring it up, I'm going to lie and tell them that I'm anything other than a Taurus and see their reaction and bait them. Because it happens every time, without fail. Alright, Keith, I'll shoot you down in a second, man. I just gotta clear some more of these guys out real quick, like one or two more. Make things easier on myself in a minute here. Where did they go? Oh, there they are. I was like, they're not on my radar. You're such a Taurus. I lied again. I'm kidding. I joke. Space racism? Yeah. I call it that because I didn't come up with the term. I stole this from somewhere. Who knows where I first found it. But space racism is like my favorite way to refer to the zodiac stuff. Because there are a lot of people who will genuinely be like, oh, you know, I can't date, what's a sign? A Pisces, or I can't be friends with, Gemini, because, like, I'm, Cancer, so, like, I don't get along with those people. Like, it never works because our signs don't match up. What? It's crazy talk, right? Because if you really break it down, it's like, you don't get along with people based on the time of year they were born in? That makes no sense. Like, that makes negative sense. I can't be the only one. I can't be. I picked up space racism from somewhere, so I know someone else feels the same way. I don't remember where I picked it up. It was probably like some random thing on Twitter that I just saw, like some random call it that, and I was like, oh my god, that's funny.
Missile alert. Warning, missile alert.
Is Star Wars lingo if my virginity senses are tingling?
Warning.
It's used to refer to, you know, the reaction that Star Wars fans have when a certain character is underdeveloped in the Obi-Wan Kenobi show.
Bullseye.
Sorry, I couldn't help myself on that one.
Warning.
It's true though. That shit was wild.
Warning.
I'm not a nerd. Maybe a nerd. I think anyone in this stream right now is a nerd. Hear me out.
Bullseye.
I don't think you could even be in this stream right now and not be a nerd. Am I wrong? I can't be wrong on this.
Warning. Missile alert.
You see around like I'm not a nerd. How long is your letterbox?
Mission accomplished.
You collect DVDs. I don't read books. I play football and wear jerseys. Yep, that's me. I do have a Buccaneers jersey for when I need to blend in. You know, when I need to be a stealth nerd. I have one. I do genuinely. I'm a Buccaneers fan. I am. That's not purely for the stealth, but I do have a jersey in the event that I need it. Like, who knows? Maybe I want to sneak into like a frat party. It would be so uncharacteristic of me, but maybe someday. And when I need to do that, I have a Buccaneers jersey. They'll never see me. But I'll just, it's like camouflage in that setting, right? They don't even notice you're there if you have a football jersey on. You're practically invisible. I don't know how I got an A. Don't let him tell you any other reason. No, it's for that very real scenario in which I want to sneak into a college party. Not that you really need to sneak in. There's always so many people there that no one will notice you anyway, but...
Engage.
I don't know, these allegations are wild. I don't know what Sepper's talking about. Oh, I hit 3 there. That's a good start. That's a good clip as he went by.
Warning. Missile alert.
No, that missile tracking is insane though. Like, even that it curved as much as it did to try to hit me there, that was wild. Because mine, just look at that, they didn't do it.
Caution.
That was some crazy missile tracking from Dissian. Get off my tail. Get off of me. Where's he going? Alright, check this shit out. Not a single hit.
Warning.
How am I getting a lock warning? He's flying in the opposite direction. Like, he's flying away from me. How is he locking on?
Caution. Stall.
I stall at 400 now.
Warning. Missile alert. Missile alert. Caution.
Oh my god. Okay, the missile bullshit might be starting. Just a little bit, potentially. Yeah, we stall at 450 now. It happens. I guess.
Warning.
until he moved because he got kicked out of his apartment in 2020. I didn't have an apartment. Actually, I got my first apartment in late 2020. I didn't have an apartment in 2020 for the most part.
あと少しだ。お前さえいなければ世界はもう思い出せない。
Anyone notice how slowly throughout the stream, more and more votes have been going to waffle fries? Am I the only one seeing this? I can't be. Waffle fries are making the comeback slowly but surely.
ならばなぜこんな消し方をする？お前誰なんだ？ここにはいられない。
Someone needs to explain to me the lore of how this happens. Like, how do we just randomly, like, spiral up into the sky and suddenly we are inside of the internet? Oh my god. If you... I forgot how terrible this is. If you have sensitive eyes, photosensitivity, whatever, you do not want to look at the screen right now. Trust me. Trust me. Okay, come on. We got this. Oh shit. I can't see! I can't see! No, I get that. Oh. Oh. Yeah, I guess because we were here the whole time. Never mind. I guess this is just the illusion breaking then. Never mind. No, Tass, you're genuinely on the money. That, now that I think about it, yeah. How am I stalling in the Electrosphere? How is there even altitude here? Oh my god, it's happening again. Come on, turn around, turn around, turn around. And I can't even see for half of this fight. What happens if you fly into the ground here? Should we test? Should I fly to 0 altitude and see if there is a floor? Because we're up at 10K right now. Is there a floor? I'm so tempted to test it. I need to know where is down. That is up. That is still... Oh, here we go. We're flying down. Oh, we're in the negatives. Oh, and mission failed. We went well into the negatives. Oh. Huh? So there is, I guess... I had to know. I had to see what was down there. Kinda anticlimactic, a little bit. It would have been more exciting if we could just keep going negative, honestly. But I guess even though, like, you're essentially just inside of a video and there is like no physical barrier around you, they still have to limit the play space. Like, you are still physically in a level, and there will still be boundaries, so they probably just fail you before you even get close to the actual boundary. Randomly exploded like invisible ground. That's what I was expecting to happen. Oh, did I just kill him in one burst? I'll take it. I won't complain. I just hit like 5 of the 6 and I won. You know, we take a win like that. We really do. I never heard about flying the web. You stall out and start rising when you get too low. They could have actually, like, that could have been just a cool little thing, but I understand why it didn't work like that. If it looped on itself, like there was a ceiling on both ends where you'd suddenly just end up in the negative or positive. That was hands down the easiest story path, just purely difficulty-wise so far. Which is weird, because I still feel like the UPO path would be like your basic path, like what you're kind of intended to do the first time. But man, that is like by a wide margin the easiest story path that I've done so far. So weird that that's the case. UPO's easier? Not at all, in my opinion. Because, like, it's not even just I didn't know the game when I was doing UPO. Like, I had played the game before. My skill, specifically in 3, hasn't really improved. It really hasn't. I feel very limited by the control scheme still. I still haven't figured out how to dodge missiles late game. By the control scheme, I mean like the way that the actual controls function, not the control scheme. That was the wrong way to put it. The way that your plane responds to your inputs, I feel limited by still. Especially having played 4 for the last week and now playing this again, it's like, oh my god, these controls feel worse than ever. Like, coming off of playing 2, when I was doing the reviews back-to-back, it didn't feel good. Like, it was noticeable, right? But it's so much more noticeable coming off of 4 and going back to it. Was tailing me the whole time and shooting at me? Oh, was it because he was trying to shoot Reyna? Suddenly spikes on hard difficulty for Broken Wings. Yeah, the last few missions on UPO are ridiculously hard, in my opinion. Same with General Resource. Like, both of those endings had missions that I was like, this is terrible. Like, this is just a bullshit mission, difficulty-wise, I mean. This one didn't have that. This one felt pretty good. It felt like a slow ramp. Like, it got tricky near the end. But it definitely didn't feel like bullshit. The first 2 paths had missions that felt like bullshit. The credits music is great. Negative altitude is because of the space mission. Does it use it in the space mission? I would think that the altitude would just go super high for it. But I guess if you're in orbit, it might just start freaking out. Maybe? I don't know. I don't know. Why do I have this wiki page up? I don't remember. I must have opened that ages ago. Old school Namco. Pre-Bamco. Meant Dissian? Maybe? It could have been Keith. Like, I know that Keith is friendly, but it's possible that if you were like trying to circle around the same way that Keith was, he could just end up behind you and might hit you with like stray shots or something. Or maybe it just bugged. Sometimes things just bug. That's 3 down. Oh god, now we have to remember. I choose the account. Should be smoother this time, right? I go here, and then I say new. I remembered this time. Oh, that's not the select button. 2 more. 2 more paths. And there's gonna be a lot of opening stuff here that I'm not skipping. It gives me a minute to catch up on comments on the AC4 video. バイオプラントでの公開実験への牽制が目的とみられており、この行動に対しユーピオのクラークソン代表が今日正式にゼネラルリソースへの移管。 Uh-oh.
Power for life, Newcom.
I have officially seen a negative opinion of 6. Noted.
皆様の生活を支えるゼネラルグループ。時代の流れを皆様と共に歩みたいゼネラルグループ。未来の環境を皆様と考え作り出すゼネラルグループ。今日も誰かと、明日はきっとあなたと。
この美しい戦闘機で無限の大空へ自由に飛び続ける姿をご覧ください。誰もが憧れる世界の治安を守るユーピオのエースパイロット。しかし、このパイロットが背負った
I'm caught up on comments.
私たちは言葉を失うでしょう。パイロットの名は広瀬レナ。
I couldn't shoot down whoever it was. Oh yeah, it is Dissian then. It's wild that they have him there, like, able to shoot at you if you can't shoot back, right? Like, they could have just had him not be there for the Reyna fight. He could have been off doing something. Surely. Whatever that something might be. Six's story is kinda bad, but its gameplay is really good from what I've heard. Honestly, if the story is bad in an Ace Combat game, I don't really care. It's one of those games that, like, the story is extra. If the story is good, it's like a bonus. If it's bad, it's not why I'm here anyway. Like, some games, I'm like that with most games, where the story is just, like, bonus, and I'm not really worried about it. Unless it's, like, offensively bad. Has some brutally hard missions towards the end. Great. But yeah, I'm not here for the story in Ace Combat. So, like, if the story's bad... Because the story was, well... I was gonna say the story was bad. I guess I would say that it's bad in the first 2 games. Where the more accurate thing to say would be that it was just kind of absent. Really? But the fact that they open by giving you a lot of story and then like it just is gone for the rest of the game, I guess you could say that it's bad in that regard. Like it opens and it kind of like promises a story, but then there's not really a story. But because foundationally Ace Combat stories aren't important, like from the beginning, I mean, I'm not saying in every game, covering my bases here, I'm not saying in every game, but because like they started out not being important, like my framework for the franchise is like, story is a bonus. It's not what I'm focused on. Some games, the story is much more critical. Like, what's it called? Why can I not think of it? Red Dead Redemption. Where if that gameplay was there, and the story was not as good as it was, I would not have that positive of an opinion about the Red Dead Redemption games. The story is like half of those games. But with Ace Combat, it's like, the story is maybe 10% of the game for me. It makes up a portion of how much, or how I regard the game. But other than that, like, I don't really care that much.
この事態を受け、ユーピオのクラークソン代表は先ほど緊急会見を開き、治安維持部隊の現地への緊急派遣を発表。
The opening to 6 features the player character for the cutscenes, or sorry, POV character for the cutscenes, wishing upon a star during an asteroid disaster that's literally killing millions while she's watching it. That sounds like something. Oh god. Is it supposed to be like a sympathetic character? Because then there's definitely going to be a bit of a disconnect. Yes? Oh god. 10% of the game being the story is a good thing? I agree. Generally, my scale for games takes story into account very little. Where it's essentially like, when it comes to my scale, I do not have like a set scale. But generally, like my scale is very much framed by just how I look at games. So for me, it's like, if the story is not really there, or if it's just like a boring story that's like on the side or something like that, it genuinely will not raise or lower the score whatsoever. If the story is very much like an active focus and it's boring or bad, then it will affect it negatively. But if it's like absent, like with the first and second game, like the story didn't affect my scores of those whatsoever. Because I just kind of, like, it wasn't even there. How could it hurt the game if it was barely even present? Like, it's there to give you context and nothing else. It didn't bring it down at all. If it's a story like the DMC reboot, where it's just actively bad and present throughout the entire thing, it will bring it down. But if it's like 4's story, maybe added like a tiny bit, right? Because 4's story is there, it's present, it's solid, like it's not an amazing story, but like it's good, it has its moments, it's never uninteresting. So like it added a little bit, like I felt like the story in 4 added a bit to my enjoyment of the game. So it bumped it up a little bit. But like with AC2, especially, like that score is not affected by its story at all. Because the story is just really not there. And that's fine. I'm not there for the story anyway. If the game is just like, yeah, you're here to fly a plane, not get caught up in a story. I'm like, okay, I'm here to fly a plane. Shit, I'll do that. I can do that. Okay. Okay, come on now. Don't stall me. I need to go this slow to kill him. Did I just like freeze in place? Did anyone else notice that? That it looked really weird from that camera angle? It looked like my game froze. Like I realized that that wasn't what happened, but for a split second, I actually thought my game was frozen. Like nothing was moving. And I was very confused. The music stopped. There it is. Is the same one that's hitting the country in 6? Isn't 6 like considerably? Maybe I'm wrong. I've only looked at the timeline, like the current canon timeline, twice. Like ever. But isn't 6 like way further down? Is it the same thing, but just like years later it happens again, sort of thing? Come on now. Because at least I thought 6 was a lot further down the timeline, like in terms of years. Unless it just never stopped for all that time. It was just completely unrelenting. But at that time, it wouldn't be much of a disaster, would it? Surely... It was retconned that the asteroid fragments hit another continent? Oh, 6 takes place decades after. Okay, that makes sense. The asteroid thing is like a backstory to it. 6 is in the 2009 time frame? Hold on. I'm pulling up the timeline. Because no offense to anyone, but according to the canon timeline, some things that I have been told in comments and chats have been wrong. So now I need to look. 6 takes place... Well, okay, 4 technically takes place between 2003 and 5. It spans it, but let's just split the difference. We'll say it takes place 2004. 6 takes place in 15 and 16, according to this. So it's like 11, 12 years, 10 to 12 years after. If we don't split the difference. I was about to as well. It's no offense to anyone. It's just, I have been fed unintentional, surely, like honest mistake, but misinformation. So for context, here is the timeline. In current canon, here is the official, I hate that Epic Games Launcher is on my thing, timeline. Because one thing that I did notice is that like air combat and AC2 aren't on here. Like they are technically in current canon, not actually in Strange Reel. I'm assuming just because of like retcons. Or maybe because Strange Reel wasn't a thing. Well, 3 is in it. I was gonna say because it wasn't a thing until 4, maybe they were just like, eh, whatever, but 3 is still canon there. The war in 7 is called the Lighthouse War. Hold on. Here. Ace Combat 7 plot. I'm pulling it up. Let me see. I'm control effing. I got you. Hold on. It seems that you would be correct. Maybe it's a little whoopsie, you know? Maybe. That's a really odd mistake to have made, though. Is it a translation thing? Potentially? I'm sure, like, it probably wouldn't be in 2019. But I wonder if it is. Like, maybe in localization. The timeline is fan-made. Well, yeah, it's not an official image from... What's it? What is the dev team currently called? Project Aces, I think it was? What is the... I don't remember what their current name is. Do I think in the next Ace Combat game I can carry... I'm not sure if I necessarily understand. The next one... Like, relative to... Like, where I'm at in the series? Like, are we talking about 5 or are we talking about 8? When does AC2? I think someone said 97. But this isn't like the Zelda timeline where Nintendo actually made an official image in like a guidebook. This is just putting together like what is the actual canon like from like developers or from like first-hand sources rather is the best way to put it. X is also 2019. Hold on. I got this. X is in 2020. God bless the wiki, the Acepedia. Oh yeah. It wouldn't surprise me if like X, I mean, at least here, isn't considered canon, because even if it was an Ace Combat game, it was a spin-off, right? It's not like a mainline numbered game. So they might, through this, just straight up be like, if it's not numbered, it's not canon. Or if it's 1 or 2, I guess, it's not canon. Leaves out games. They might not be canon. Especially with something like X. If it takes place after 7, but I mean, maybe it has some stuff that feeds into 3. But unless it has stuff that feeds into 3, then it's entirely possible that it's not canon because it wouldn't have an effect on anything else before it. Takes place in Strange Reel. Well, so do 1 and 2, like going back, because like named locations in the first 2 games appear in canon games. But if it's not affecting games outside of itself, then it very well might not be canon. Where like, I'm trying to think, Armored Core doesn't have a good example because it's only 2 non-canon games, don't affect anything. X has prototypes of 3's aircraft, maybe then. The history section of Strange Reel. Hold on. Yeah, YouTube will bonk you for a link. Where is it? Where do I find this? Hold on. Hold on. Oh my god. The lore on the wiki, the lore page is crazy. Strange Reel history. Hold on. Lore. Continuities. Strange Reel history. It does have X on it. And XI? Is that how people refer to that game when they talk about it? Just for context? It's so strange then. Because it's the same place that they compiled that image, but they do, like, on the history, when they list the historic events, they do list, oh, and they list AC1 and 2 on here as well. I'm confused. Why would you not include that in the image? Maybe the image, oh, okay. The image says on it, it says condensed timeline. It is a shortened timeline of just the numbered games that are like really important. Okay, got it. It literally says condensed on it. I'm just dumb. Okay, thank you. I forget that I'm at the beginning again. I can talk over this. We're good. We're fine. God damn it, my Discord Nitro renewed. Why? I keep forgetting to... I'm canceling it right now. I am canceling it! It's happening. Goddamn Discord Nitro. I spend $60 a year on Discord. I don't... It's free. This is like the dumbest thing that I keep forgetting to cancel. I'm doing it. During Mucho Texto, I'm canceling my Discord Nitro.
ニューコムとユーピオ間の対話に対してゼネラルリソース側からの反発が混乱の火種となることを危惧する声も多いようですが。
はい。ユーピオのクラークソン代表のような指導者は全時代的な政治家タイプと言えるでしょう。ゼネラルリソース
How the hell do I cancel this shit?
有事や統一以降はですよ。経済の
Oh,
力
hold
は
on. Maybe?
政治や司法を駆逐して
Aha!
いる時
Found
代
it.
彼の行動は私にとっては時代錯誤としか言いようがない。
それではニューコムとゼネラルリソースの戦闘はこれからも避けられないと。
ええ。ただ私が言いたいのは、
あ、すいません、ここで CM です。
Confirm that.
あ、いた。伝えておくことがあります。
Thank you.
本日付でユーピオの治安維持活動について
I got my confirmation. My Discord Nitro has been canceled. I have now saved myself $60 a year for the foreseeable future. Beautiful. Discord, if you want to partner me, I'll buy it back. Northern... What the hell is Northern Wings? What is this one? Oh, it's another mobile one. Directly conflicts with events of 5 and Advance. Is Advance canon? No way. Advance is canon. The Game Boy game is canon, everyone. Just so we're all on the same page, it's canon. That means all of you better have played it. Otherwise, you're not a real Ace Combat fan. Because it's canon. Advance is in the same time frame as 3, is it? Interesting. Whoa, hello. Accidentally flicked the thumbstick. Doesn't conflict with lore in other games, and it sets up 3. Amazing. The Game Boy game is canon. All the real Ace Combat fans will have played it then. Real Ace Combat fans do not acknowledge Advance. What do you mean? You have to. It exists. It's canon. You have to. It's required now. According to me. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Holy machine gun. It looks so crazy from far away. It's amazing. My covering Advance, I plan on covering Advance. I currently plan on doing Advance for the reviews. I will have to get a Game Boy emulator because, to my knowledge, I mean, I was going to anyway, let's be honest. I always try to use emulated footage when I can for old stuff, but how else would you record a Game Boy? Advance is after 5, yep. The 0 review will not come after the 5 review because the Advance review has to go in there. That's where it happens. It's like a flashback to people expecting 0 and getting Advance. Yeah, when I was doing Armored Core, a very similar thing happened where I did the Nexus review, and then everyone kind of just thought that the next review would be Last Raven. Not everyone, but most people, like in the comments. Like, I put up the Nexus review and everyone's like, oh boy, Last Raven next. And, it was even better with Armored Core, because there are 2 spin-off games between Nexus and Last Raven. Because the next week, Ninebreaker video goes up, and then I'm sure even then a lot of people thought like, oh, Ninebreaker, alright, fair enough. It did come out in between. It is a PS2 game, sure. Last Raven next week, no. Formula Front the next week after that. So there was like a 3-week gap where everyone thought that Last Raven would be the next video throughout those 3 weeks before it was actually Last Raven being the next video. It's the only one not released in Japan? Oh, interesting. I just had one of those with the Metal Gear reviews, wink wonk, if you haven't seen. Snake's Revenge is certainly a game. Certainly a game. Spoiler alert, just because for some people this adds intrigue, and you know, I gotta sell the video to everyone if I can. It is one of, not the, but one of the lowest review scores I have ever given out. It's down there. It's almost the lowest review score I've ever given out. It's pretty close. It's canon. I can't wait to mention that it's canon, just in case people are like, why is he covering this? I have to say it. I have to specifically point out that it is a canon game, because it's crazy to me that it is. Most, like, Game Boy spin-offs in game franchises aren't canon. Like, little handheld spin-offs are almost never canon in franchises like this. So I probably would have pointed it out anyway, but because it is, it's very funny. Unfortunately, Snake's Revenge is not canon. I wasn't able to say it with that, just to stir the pot. The Metal Gear series is gonna get so... I am just waiting. Like, I know where that franchise goes. I know that somehow, down the line of Metal Gear games, we somehow get to, like, Revengeance. And I've heard other things, like I know that like cloning is a central plot point in the Metal Gear games and wacky shit like that. So I'm just kind of sitting here like, when do things go off the rails? Because it's happening at some point. Like at any one of these games, things are going to start to really go off the rails. So when is that happening? Because I'm just sitting here waiting for it. It could happen any week now where it's just like, okay, we are in wacky territory. Snake's Revenge is a step in that direction, for sure. There was some weird story stuff with that, like some just silly stuff, but I send you a first-gen iPhone with Ace Combat XI side-loaded and a way to capture it while I review it. No. Because, hold on. I haven't even like looked into it because they're still down the line from where I'm at right now. The mobile games, like there's a good few weeks between now and the point where I would even get there. This was the first one, right? XI, yeah. Okay. Wait a second. I'm seeing one screenshot, and I think I might have actually played this when I was a kid. 2009? Oh, wait a second. It looks weirdly familiar. I just saw a screenshot of it. There's a chance. I played a lot of random games on... Oh boy. Okay, anyway. Hold on. Hold on. I am looking into on the spot if there is a possible way to play it without having like a phone that already has it on there. It's impossible to play it unless Bamco decide to re-release it. It's lost media for now. Shit. Is there a... Hold on. That can't be right. You can't tell me there's no way to... Was it a free-to-play game? Hold on. Does anyone know the answer to that? Was it... Did the game cost money? Or was it free? Does anyone know? Because that would complicate things. That would complicate things a lot, actually. I don't know. That's gotta be info that I can find. It cost money. It cost $3. God damn it. That complicates things a whole lot. I genuinely, like, I don't think that I could review it. Oh, but it would be abandonware. I'll have to look more into it, but the fact that it was paid does complicate things. Like a lot for me. Because emulation is legal, right? Contrary to what a lot of people think, emulation is legal. What is not legal is piracy. So if there is any possible way to pay for it, I have to find out about it. Because otherwise, if I upload a video to the internet being like, hey, I played this game, and everyone knows that I pirated it, I get in trouble. That doesn't end well. I am very careful and very purposeful to not pirate when I do emulate for the channel, because that will get me in a royal shit show if I do. It is a massive, massive problem if I do, legally speaking, because it's not like in the event that it ever gets called out, it's not just like, oh, if you upload content that is emulated, everyone knows you pirated because you didn't. Like, you can absolutely emulate without pirating. I do it. I dump actual copies onto the emulators. I'm an ethical emulator. But piracy is funny. Yeah, but it costs you a lot of money if you get caught doing it. Pulled XI from the App Store. Yeah, I just have to, like, really dig before just being like, yep, it's abandonware. I gotta be real careful. The Wii game, was there a Wii exclusive one, or was it a port of a different game? But yeah, when you do YouTube or stream or whatever, if you ever get caught pirating, it's really, really bad. Like, really bad. Wii exclusive? Why is this the first I've heard of it? What are you talking about, Willis? Wii exclusive. Yeah, TLDR, I'm very careful not to pirate for games that I do on the channel, because if I do, ouch. Spin-off and not canon? I did non-canon Armored Core games. That won't stop me. Why is this the first I've heard of it? I've never heard about this Wii exclusive Armored Core Ace Combat game. The Sky Crawlers and Innocent. Is it an Ace Combat game? Or is it a game made by the same people that's not connected to the franchise? There's a difference. Piston? What is a piston fighter? Don't tell me what to do, Dissian. I'm not doing the general resource path this time around. Depends on who you ask. Oh, World War II fighter. Piston fighter? Hold on. Is it an Ace Combat game? Like, from publisher, is it an Ace Combat game? I'm looking. It is not. I will not be doing it. It is not. The only exception like that I'm willing to make is maybe Project Wingman. If the Ace Combat community is good to me. If they earn my goodwill for it. Propeller planes, I have heard. I have heard them referred to as that. This is the first I've heard piston planes, but I have heard propeller planes. I'm a World War II nerd, but I'm not a plane nerd yet. The conversion might be slowly happening, but we're not there yet. Come on. Oh yeah. Circle round. Oh yeah. Now we just get these. Oh wait. That one that's high up, this is the close one to me. Okay, good to know. I thought it was gonna be the other way around. Did I do it, Dissian?
Mission accomplished.
Did I do it? Can we get you to stream the Sky Crawlers? Maybe. Maybe. I'll say the same thing. If the Ace Combat community is good enough to me. Like, if there was something... Oh, I guess there is something like that for Armored Core. Maybe someday. I was gonna say, if there was something like that with Armored Core, they probably would have earned it, and there is, like, Chrome Hounds. Which is a FromSoft-made mech game that they did, like, mixed in with their Armored Core games. Like, the same, pretty much the same scenario with this apparent Wii game that Project Ace has made. And that Metal Wolf Chaos. I was trying to think, I couldn't remember the name of the other one. Metal Wolf Chaos. Great name, by the way. Amazing name. Save my progress, thank you. Appreciate it. Oops, I accidentally said back. I swear I hit the button before. I heard the click and everything. I must have missed something. Metal Wolf Chaos sounds like a game. For sure. Definitely sounds like a video game. Absolutely sounds like one of those. One of them videos the kids are talking about. Oh man. I just remembered that I get to shave my beard tonight. I don't have to sleep with this thing on my face. It's gonna be nice. Tomorrow's gonna be a shit show. You guys are not... I don't think I'm ready to see my real face again. It's the positive to a beard. Any guy who can grow a beard knows that the positive is the way that you style your beard completely changes the way that your face looks. So you can kind of just change the way that your face looks if you can grow facial hair. So, like, I have my way that I normally keep it that looks best on me. This, on camera, doesn't look that bad. I still don't love it. This isn't that bad. I would take this over no beard. I would still take this over no beard for my face. But, that being said, I haven't seen my face since April. So... You must, because you did the Armored Core PSP game. I don't have one myself, but I have my game collector buddy. He has so much shit. Like, if I need something, chances are he has it. It hasn't worked every single time that I've needed something. Like sometimes I have to eBay something, but most of the time he's got a copy of something, or he's got that, you know, whatever. Like I used his or I almost said Switch, his Wii U when I wanted to do Breath of the Wild modded, but I only own Breath of the Wild on the Switch because I never had a Wii U. I got his Wii U that has Breath of the Wild with DLC on it, and I used that. You haven't seen your face, lucky you. I mean, to be fair, I've had to look at this instead, but I haven't seen my face since April. So who knows? I lost some weight since then. Maybe it won't be as bad as I'm expecting. You know, maybe my jawline will be sharper than I've ever seen it as an adult. But I didn't lose like a lot of weight. Like I lost like 5 pounds since the beardathon started, so I doubt it will be like significant in that sense. But like shit, I don't really know what I'm gonna see when I shave it. Even then, I kind of forget what it looks like. Cause it's been a while. I got this. These early game pilots are bitches. They can't evade for shit. If that was later in the game, that dude would not have gotten hit at all. But here, these guys can't dodge anything. See? Should have been mewing while he had the beard. I was just talking about mewing recently. I was talking about how stupid the mewing trend is. I guess it's been around. It's not like it's a recent trend. It's been on the internet for a while, but it's had like a resurgence with like the Giga Chad face becoming a thing. Like a lot of people have learned to mew literally just so that they can do the Giga Chad face in recent times. While no one could see. Yeah, no one notices that I'm actively working to sharpen my jawline. It definitely has blown up a lot more. Like, I had heard of it before. I was familiar with it prior to the Giga Chad meme, but like, it seriously made a comeback with the Giga Chad meme. I saw a TikTok, I mentioned it before on stream. I saw a TikTok of a dad teaching his son how to mew and teaching him how to do the Giga Chad face, like his like 8-year-old son or something. And then he told his son to make that face for his school pictures. And oh my god, the kid did it, and it's the funniest school picture ever. It's this little kid doing the Giga Chad face with like the rock eyebrow at the school pictures camera. It's so good. That TikTok was hilarious. I think one of my favorite genres of TikTok is parents teaching their kids stupid shit. Like telling them how to do the Giga Chad face so that they can do it for their school pictures. Or I talked about one recently where this dad had taught their like 4-year-old child about the Roman Empire. And the TikTok is like the kid asks his dad a question about it. And this is the first that the mother finds out that the kid has been learning about the Roman Empire, and she's just immediately like, oh god, not you too. She asks the kid, how often do you think about the Roman Empire? He goes, every day. Like about every hour. Like, just parents teaching their kids stupid shit has to be my favorite genre of TikTok. Just teaching little kids just dumb shit that they have no reason to be taught. But like, it's really funny to have like a 4-year-old kid be like, yeah, I think about the Roman Empire every day. Like once an hour at least. I don't know why. I find that stuff hilarious. It's my favorite TikTok brand genre recently. Stuff like that. Found out about mewing like a year ago. I still do it sometimes because I'm insecure. I found out about it a long time ago. Like when I first heard about it, I heard about it through like friends in high school who were talking about it. And I was like, what are you talking about? They're like, yeah, bro, if you like stick your tongue to the roof of your mouth, like that's proper tongue posture. So it gives you like a manlier jawline if you just hold it like that. But most people don't do that. And I'm like, yeah, wouldn't you think that the human body, you know, evolution and all that, macro or micro, either case would apply, I guess, would hold their tongue in proper posture just like naturally, like you wouldn't have to be taught where to hold your tongue? That part never made sense to me. Tongue posture? If you ask people who are like mewing believers, they will tell you that the proper tongue posture is to have it like laid out along the roof of your mouth. Not just like the tip of your tongue touches the roof. Like your whole tongue is like against the roof of your mouth pretty much. That's what they'll tell you. With your teeth like closed in the back, like you're biting, but not like biting hard, not like clenching. Just like teeth closed, tongue on the roof of your mouth. They say that that's like proper tongue and mouth posture. And that's why if you hold your tongue and teeth like that for like the majority of the day, like if that's your natural resting place for it, so to speak, that you get a manlier jawline. If you can't tell by the way I talk about it, I think it's stupid. If you didn't pick up on it, allow me to be very clear. Because when you say it out loud, it sounds stupid. Right? Not just me. Can't just be me. It sounds stupid when you say it out loud. But I don't have a manly jawline. Only thing is that shit hurts and it's dumb. Yeah, like if you do it for like 5 minutes, it starts to hurt. Because your muscles aren't in a resting position. They're active. Like, sure, you get a sharper jawline, but it's because you're never letting your jaw muscles rest. I'm doing it right now. Hold on. I'm waiting for them to talk so that I don't have to talk. Now I'm smiling. I can't do it. It feels stupid when you do it. Okay, now I'm exaggerating, but they have so much better landings. The landings in 4 actually felt right. For like the first time, they felt good. It's supposed to be like a permanent improvement. I feel like it's not permanent because it's literally just working your jaw muscles. Like it's as permanent as the fact that I could do like 15 one-handed push-ups in a set 6 months ago, but I can't do it now because I stopped practicing. I stopped training for it and I lost it. I can only do like 6 now. Probably. I'm not trying it right now. Don't even ask. Just a guess, I'm not doing it right now. Before anyone says it, I saw it coming from a mile away. 6 might be generous. You have to do it for a long time. Yeah, it's a workout, and like if you stop training it, you'll probably lose it, right? Because you're literally, it's just working the muscle. That's all it is. Like if you didn't continuously do that for the rest of your life, you'd probably get like a flabbier jawline again. Flabby makes it sound worse than it is. A softer jawline. Like flabby's not wrong, but it's maybe a little extreme. Like it's overselling the flabbiness. A softer jawline. Also, False, what do you mean I don't have a manly jawline? Are you sitting here telling me that that's how you hold your tongue and teeth at all times of the day? Do you Mew? False? Hello, false. But do you Mew? Is that what you're trying to say? Oh god, I have to keep using the UPO planes. Nick Fury! Thank you for the sub. I heard you had a show recently that was not that great. I didn't watch it, but I heard it wasn't very good. But to be fair, anything Marvel, I hear that it's not good. Like, ever since Endgame. And if we're being honest, Endgame wasn't very good. Sorry, but not at all. I'm just being honest here. Endgame was like one of the most enjoyable theater experiences I have ever had. But like the movie itself, if we're just gonna start picking apart the quality of the movie, it's actually kind of bad. Like the majority of the movie isn't that good. The final act is the only reason that that movie has to exist. Like everything up until the final act of Endgame is literally just them like scrambling for a way to get to the final act of Endgame. Like the Endgame itself wasn't even that good. People talk about it like it's the pinnacle of Marvel, but like it was kind of bad. If I'm being honest, it's a movie that really aged poorly. It wasn't that good before Endgame as well, aside from a few movies. I said that when I was talking about Phase 4 Marvel recently, and people being like, oh my god, Marvel is going down the shitter, like it's dying. The MCU, rather, not Marvel as a whole. And I was like, if I'm keeping it a buck, like, the only good Marvel phase across the board is Phase 3. Like, Phase 1 is like a 50-50. It's like, you know, Phase 1 has like Iron Man is good. Captain America is solid. The Hulk movie is solid, but then like Thor is just bad. For a lot of people, The Incredible Hulk is bad. I think it's okay. I won't give it much more than that. Phase 2 is a big mixed bag. Big mixed bag. Because you've got some bangers in Phase 2, like Winter Soldier is probably my favorite MCU movie. And Guardians 1 is in Phase 2, I believe, unless I'm mistaken. I struggle to keep it straight sometimes. But then you've got, like, Thor Dark World. Probably one of the worst MCU movies, like, on the whole. Age of Ultron, not very good. Ant-Man, not very good. Like, really, Phase 3 is the only MCU phase that was, like, mostly good. Like, very few pieces of media, not products, that weren't good. Like, Phase 3 was the exception. In all honesty, I will say, Phase 4 has less bangers. Ow. Spider-Man was okay. Homecoming was good. I liked Homecoming. I think No Way Home suffers from like the same thing that like Endgame does, where they had this great idea for like the final act in No Way Home, and the entire movie is kind of just trying to like find a way to get to that final act. And when you see it in theaters when it's new, it was super hype. But if you go back and revisit No Way Home, like watching it on Disney Plus, on your phone or on your TV or whatever at home, it's really not that great. It's another Marvel movie that was like super hype when it came out, but it didn't age well at all. People say Homecoming is the worst out of the three. People are stupid. Far From Home is the worst out of the three. Homecoming for me is like by a landslide the best of the three. But that being said, like Tom Holland, his trilogy hasn't been that great, right? Like, Homecoming was good. It wasn't like one of my favorite Spider-Man movies, though. I mean, I guess it kind of is. Spider-Man has always gotten kind of a raw deal with movies. But, like, it doesn't stand out the way that, like, Spider-Man 2 does for me. You know? The only actually great Marvel movie is Spider-Verse. Okay. I have to say it again. I've said this before. This is one of my hottest takes. I like both of the Spider-Verse movies. Before I say this, I like the movies. I think they're good movies. However, people act like Into the Spider-Verse and Across the Spider-Verse are like peak animation, like as good as animated movies realistically get. No. The pacing in Into the Spider-Verse is terrible. The first movie's pacing is so bad. I didn't watch either of the movies until after Across the Spider-Verse came out. For context, I have no nostalgic attachment to either. I didn't see either of them in theaters. So my first experience with both of them was like I'm just watching this and I'm seeing it for what it is, like that at home watching a movie experience where there's no like extra hype or atmosphere building up to it to like heighten it. Into the Spider-Verse's pacing is really bad. Like really bad. The Uncle Aaron reveal was like, it should have been a great reveal. It wasn't. Because you see the Prowler once. Sorry, spoilers, but I feel like every nerd has seen these movies. And if you haven't by now, you probably just don't care about it. I should have spoiled, spoiler warninged. But, my bad. If you don't want to get spoiled, if I already spoiled, don't let me spoil more. Mute me for like 30 seconds, okay? Starting now. 3, 2, 1, go. The Prowler shows up once. The next scene, we get the reveal. The next time he appears, sorry, not the next scene. The next time we see him, it gets revealed that it's his uncle, who also was in like one scene in the movie up to that point. And then the third scene, they kill him. And it's supposed to be this big emotional thing. It's really not. We've seen the guy, like, unmasked twice in the whole movie up to that point, and both those scenes were, like, 30 seconds to a minute long. It should have been great. Like, the concept for that character and what they did with him was great, but it was handled so haphazardly that it came out kind of shit. Into the Spider-Verse is super flawed. Across the Spider-Verse, still flawed, just not as much. My opinion. Am I hopeful for any upcoming Marvel movies like Deadpool? Honestly, Deadpool could be good. I don't know if I'm gonna sit here and say that Deadpool will be good, because I think that would be hopeful. The Prowler's first scene is like a few minutes chase. Yeah, when he's masked, like when he's hidden identity. I'm talking about like the way that they handled like the Aaron aspect, the whole it's actually his uncle aspect was shit. Because they really like they barely did like they essentially like hit the spark notes of it and had no depth to it is the best way that I could put it. It's like they had the main story beats mapped out, but then they didn't do anything else to like flesh out the dynamic to make it actually meaningful. That's the best way I could put it. Shoot it down. Shoot it down. We got a new mission. I think I'm gonna do it normally this time, but that's good to know. I still have to do this mission one more time on the 5th run. So I'll shoot it down next run. That's good to know. That's definitely good information to have. I think Deadpool 3 could be good, but the amount of delays on it It's... I say it with anything that gets delayed. It's always a coin toss if a delay means it's eventually gonna come out good, or if it means our leadership is completely incompetent and they have no clue what they're doing, and it's gonna come out shit regardless. It'll just be slightly less shit than it would have been if it came out a year before. And like, unfortunately, in film, in Hollywood, in game dev, in whatever, like in all entertainment media, unfortunately, it's less of a 50-50 coin toss, and it's more of like 80% chance that it comes out shit regardless, and like 20% that it will come out really good when we eventually get it. Wow. Am I excited about the upcoming Harry Potter Terminator crossover? This is a shitpost, right? Logan was very good. Logan is one of my favorite superhero movies ever. Logan is great. I don't think Logan gets talked about enough. And I think it's because most of the X-Men movies are bad. I said it. I'm a Marvel fan who's willing to say it. There's a lot of Marvel fans who say it nowadays, but like it's true. Most of the X-Men movies are bad, right? So I think a lot of people either just like kind of saw Logan and then forgot about it because like X-Men never really gets talked about. Or they just didn't see it because like the other X-Men movies kind of like put them off the character potentially. Which I think Hugh Jackman is he's probably the most well-cast actor in it. Oh, it hit him once for having the period in it because it read it as a link. The second time, it, what's it called? The second time, it was the singular letter N. Being weary of the MCU, or of the MCU and Iron Man because of the X-Men movies. Like, they're just not good. I grew up watching them, and I didn't think they were bad when I was a kid. But like, when I was a kid, I thought Spider-Man 3 was the best Sam Raimi movie. Like, kids think stupid shit all the time. Kids think that shitty movies are good all the time. There were so many movies I grew up watching that I watched as an adult and they were bad. I still think Spider-Man 3 wasn't it's not as bad as a lot of people make it out to be, but it is bad. Definitely. I do think it gets more hate than it should, but like, it's definitely still a bad movie. And it's definitely not Sam Raimi's fault. Like, I know the whole background. What's the best Christmas movie though? Okay, if I'm shitposting, I say Die Hard every time. Serious answer, it's Jingle All the Way. Puss in Boots: Last Wish. I haven't seen either of the Puss in Boots movies. A buddy of mine went and saw the second one, right? It was the second one that came out like a year ago or so. Whenever that was. He told me that I should see it and I never did. But he told me it actually was really good. But I haven't seen the Puss in Boots movies. I didn't know that there was even a fourth Shrek movie until like 3 months ago. I didn't know that they did a fourth Shrek. I thought they only did 3. I thought it was a trilogy. I completely lost touch with the Shrek verse after the third movie. Treasure Planet? What's Treasure Planet? I mean, that's a no, but 2002. Did I see this? I don't think so. No, I did not see this. Definitely not.
July 21st, 2032.
Oh wait! No, I did. I recognized the guy. I was looking at all the posters and I'm like, no, I didn't see this. But I did see this. I'm seeing like screenshots from the movie. And I definitely saw this. Is Treasure Island in space? Oh wait, did I see Treasure Island? Is that it? Was it the same main character? No, no. No, okay. Yeah, I would have seen this. I don't remember any of it. I recognized the character. Like, I can tell that I did see this when I was a kid, but I have no memory in it. There's a lot of those movies from when I was a kid that, like, I know that I saw, and even that I know that I liked and saw, like, over and over again. But I don't remember anything. There was the Astro Boy movie. Like, this is one that I know that I saw. I know that I watched it more than once, but I don't remember anything. Like, not a thing. And there's like that movie with the robots. Is it called Robots, actually? Yeah, Robots. I know I saw this movie a ton when I was a kid. Like, I recognize it. I've seen like a couple scenes that I'm like, oh yeah, I remember this movie, like clips from it. But other than that, like I have no memory of this movie. Like, at all. I need to rewatch it. Sorry, I just went through a rabbit hole. Serious answer, Iron Man 3? Whoa, 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 whoa. Iron Man 3 is not a Christmas movie. Oh wait, it does take place around Christmas. Never mind, it does. It does take place around Christmas, doesn't it? It's like at the end, the vice president with his daughter who like is missing a leg, and that's the whole motivation for like helping out the terrorists or whatever it was. It's like Christmas Eve in the White House. I vividly remember that. Now that I'm thinking about it, it was a Christmas movie. God damn it. Technically, it was Christmas in the movie, so sure, Christmas movie. That's why I say Die Hard. If I'm allowed to say Die Hard, you're allowed to say Iron Man 3. That's fair. Oh, wait a second. Pause. I can't pause. Can't pause. This just changes this mission, right? It's okay, I can load a save if not. Hold on. I am finding... It's somewhere in here. What's happening, Reina? Yeah, okay, it's just this mission. Where am I? I was looking not at my screen. Here we are. I got this. Ah, I only hit one. No one said Gremlins. I'm offended and old. Gremlins is a pick. Gremlins is good. I feel like I never hear Gremlins come up as like a favorite Christmas movie though. You know what I hear people say all the time? Full offense, if this is your opinion, by the way. You know what I hear people say all the time, and I just strongly disagree with this pick, is Elf. Everyone's always like, oh, I love Elf. Why? I'm sorry, it's a funny movie. I hold some disdain towards Elf because I've seen it so many goddamn times. Like, an unbelievable amount of times in my life. And my life has not been that long up to this point. I'm not old yet. Contrary to what the beard might make you think. I'm not old yet.
Warning.
And I've seen that movie way too many times. If I ever see it again, it'll be too soon. Seriously, too many times. I'm terrible with secondhand embarrassment. I mean, that is the entire comedy of Elf, is secondhand embarrassment. Right? I mean, that's most Will Ferrell movies, I guess. But like, some Will Ferrell movies are goated, like Step Brothers and Talladega Nights. Talladega Nights is one of my favorite comedy movies ever. So goddamn funny. And Elf, I've seen it too many times. Like, it can never be enjoyable for me again. I've seen it once a year since it came out. I can't take any more of it. Bro, that's what I'm saying. Like, I've probably seen it that many times, if not more. Seriously. At this point, it's been a good 2 years or so since I last saw it. And it's great. It's great. I abjectly cannot stand him. What I hear is we need to watch Elf 8 times in a row.
Take off.
If you haven't seen Talladega Nights, okay? Even if you think you hate Will Ferrell, hear me out. Just watch Talladega Nights.
Decide.
Trust me on this one, man. You gotta trust me. Am I not joining her? Because I flew past her? Hold on a second. Turn this ship around. Was not able to sit through it, bro. Sacha Baron Cohen. I didn't join her. No, go back. I'm going back. I'm going back. I'm going back. Sacha Baron Cohen was in it. His character, unbelievably funny. He's a French guy who is gay and married to a guy, and the main characters in the movie, Will Ferrell and John C. Reilly's characters, are like full warm-blooded North Caroliners, right? Born and raised in the South. They've never seen a gay person in their life. When did this movie come out? Because that is important context. Hold on. 2006. So yeah, the American South in 2006. Like, if you were gay in the South, people didn't know. They couldn't know. So this French guy comes in with his husband, Gregory. And when the main characters meet them, they kiss, and both Will Ferrell and John C. Reilly just sit there with, like, pure confusion. Like, they can't even process one frame of what they just saw happen. It's so genuinely funny. That scene is one of, like, I feel like that's one of the most slept on scenes in the movie. Everyone always talks about, like, Will Ferrell's character stabbing himself in the leg because he's convinced that he's paralyzed, or I bring up like the dinner scene, like the Thanksgiving, I think it was, scene, where the kids, Walker and Texas Ranger, are like yelling at their grandpa, like, "Shut up, old man, I'll kick your ass," whenever he decides to speak up. And oh god, yeah, sweet newborn, little 8-pound, 7-ounce, sweet baby Jesus. Like, that scene, it's great. But I always have to bring up the Gregory scene. My husband Gregory. That is the scene every time that I feel like I laugh the hardest at. It's the look on their faces after they see the two of them kiss. It gets me every single time. Just the amount of confusion on their faces at the sight of two men kissing. It's so good. Especially now that I lived in Florida, I'm just like, oh my god. This is one of the funniest things I've ever seen in a movie. Why is this so genuinely funny? Like, it was already funny to me growing up in the North United States, but after having lived in the South, and even just trying to imagine what it would have been like 20 years before I lived there, it makes it so much funnier. Come here. There we go. I don't know. I don't have the next Ace 3 stream scheduled. I actually don't have any stream scheduled past today. I don't know what tomorrow's stream is. I'm doing my calendar tonight. Monday, like, since I started doing the review series on Mondays, like, consistently, like, the videos going up on Monday, I normally do my calendar, like, through Monday every week. And then on that next Monday night, I'll do, like, the next week. Like, I'll schedule everything out. So I don't even know what tomorrow is. I haven't planned. And even then, I sometimes go off the plan. I deviate from the plan. It happened last week where I changed the plans up. On days I'm off. What days? Maybe. My one rule with my one super strict rule with scheduling streams for a while now has been never the same stream 2 days in a row. I got all this variety, and sometimes I'll end up doing the same thing back to back, and I'm just like, no, I don't do that now. I got too many things to be doing the same thing for 2 days in a row. We keep things varied here. On days he's not off, I probably could do it on both. I might, at the pace I've been going, I might start doing 3 hours a day instead of 4 hours for stream 2. Because these reviews are not getting shorter. I have done how many, like, super long reviews in a row? And I have a bad feeling it's only gonna continue. Like, I can tell you for what I'm working on right now, I'm probably looking at about the same. And who knows beyond that? But these reviews aren't getting any shorter, and I'm also trying to get a start on, like, the revised business model I wrote up for New Year's, because I wrote it, and then I was like, why don't I just start it now? Why wait for January? So I'm like getting all the stuff in place for new stuff. Metal Gear Solid, Ace Combat 5, or even a third, even more fucked up game. Just a third game that has more very deep complexity for me to talk about for 20 minutes and have that be the shortened version of my thoughts. Like how with the Ace Combat 4 review, for as long as it is, I didn't even give, like, Yellow Squadron more than a passing mention for the sake of time, because that script got so goddamn long before I even got to the story stuff. Jesus. I think that's the problem, partially, is I feel like now, with both the Metal Gear videos so far, and with, like, Ace 3 and 4 reviews, I've had to try to cram the story in a way that I have gotten so used to, with, like, Armored Core, so used to not needing to. Like, the story is just kind of like, oh yeah, I'll talk about story for, like, a couple minutes near the end. But now these, it's like, the stories need, like, full segments. Like, there's a lot more here that I need to talk about. it's... I think that's part of it. There's definitely more than that. I've maybe gotten too comfortable with the whole however long the video needs to be to properly get the thoughts across concept. I've maybe gotten too comfy with that and the videos are getting too long. I don't know. But something's up. They keep getting long. I could probably do Ace Combat streams on days that are not days though. But yeah, like I'm working shorts back in to the channel going into New Year's. Like it was planned for New Year's, but then I was just like, I can start doing shorts now. I can start working towards that now. Why not? And these reviews, they're not like hitting the deadline in terms of publishing. Like the deadline is like Sunday night. But for like patrons and members and stuff, like contributor tiers, for getting it to them early, I want it done by like at least Saturday morning. Like I want it done before Saturday. So that at the very like last furthest back point, I can have it up for them on like Saturday morning and get it to them 2 days early. Realize I suck at FPS on mouse and keyboard. Doom 2016 for $4. I didn't know that it was on sale, but now that you've told me this, let me shout it from the mountaintops. If you have not played Doom 2016, open Steam, buy it for $4. Play it. Thank me later. You're welcome. If you haven't played Doom 2016, fix that now. Any other good big sales on Steam right now? Any other like huge noteworthy games on sale? Like that are just crazy sales? The sale might have ended today. No. The RE4 remake is 50% off today. I don't know for how. Oh, it says ends in 10 days. You guys, for the next couple weeks, the RE4 remake is only $30. If you were maybe like, oh, I kind of want to play that, but 60 is a big ask. Just saying. For 30? For 30? Metal Hellsinger is only $10 today? Or for the next week, rather. My bad. Red Dead 2 is $20 for the next couple weeks. If you're someone who like is purely gameplay, when you play games, you only care about gameplay, Red Dead 2 is not going to be your thing. If you're someone who's like, the gameplay isn't my only focus, as long as the story is good enough to like carry that extra slack, I can't recommend Red Dead 2 enough, especially at $20. $20, come on. That game is also, like, even if you just blast the main story, the game is like 50 hours long. It's like 50 some hours of just main story content. So, you'll get your money's worth for $20, even if you only do the main story. And nothing else, which you won't, because it's great. I don't want to play RE4 Remake. It was my personal game of the year. As a lifelong, probably overly critical Resident Evil fan, RE4 Remake was my game of the year, for the record. People saying it's worse than the original, as someone who played the original growing up over and over and over and over, are absolutely delusional. Don't listen to them. They either played the game and just want to hate it, or they just didn't play it. I'm out here invalidating opinions. What's new? I love this shit. I live for this. What else is on sale that's really good? You guys, Metro 2033 is $2 on Steam. Talking about Steam sales was a fun way to end stream. I didn't have enough time for a mission, but this easily fills the time. Metro 2033 and Last Light, which that's the order of the games. 2033 is the first one, Last Light's the second one, are $2 a piece right now. Those are the remasters of the games. $2 a piece right now. I love those games. Again, if you're purely gameplay oriented, it's not going to be your thing. But if you like a good story on top of your gameplay, if you like a really good atmosphere, Jesus, the atmosphere, dude. I don't like RNG stuns? Huh? Oh, you mean the enemies? I mean, it's RNG, but it's like 60% chance. So if you don't stun them in one shot to the face, you're gonna stun them in two. If that's like an actual reason you've been holding off, trust me, it's not worth it. We don't want to see babyface Dracula. Hold on, I know it's 4, but Metro Exodus is also $6. You could get the entire Metro trilogy for $10, and every one of those games is fantastic. That is a personal, strong recommend. Sunset Overdrive is $5. I recommend that, actually. That's a super slept on title. Anything else crazy here for Steam users? GTA 5 is $15 if you haven't played it. Yeah, Cyberpunk is half off if you've been looking to get into that after like 2.0 or anything. DMC 5 is $10. Anything else that's super, super crazy? Oh! DMC is $7.50 US right now. So if you're a DMC fan who never got into the reboot because you heard it was bad, at $7, I'm telling you, the combat is good enough to justify $7, even though the story is horrific. Anyway. I am over time. So I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did enjoy and you haven't done so already, feel free to go ahead and leave a sub. Come back another time. We're doing this. We're doing... what are we doing? The Armored Core 100%. We're doing... what else have I been... Oh, the DMC S ranks. GTA 100% has been so funny. So funny. We also just got to the Trevor introduction in GTA 5. If you know, you know. Shit's getting extra crazy compared to before now. Feel free to come back for any of that. But yeah, the entire Resident Evil franchise is on sale on Steam. I saw the remake first, but all the games are super cheap on Steam right now, so I would check it out. Anyway. Yeah, and only buy if you want to play it now. That's true, because we all know how game sales are on Steam. You buy it and you never touch it. Only buy it if you're going to play it, like, in the next week. Anyway. Also, before you leave, I know you were about to leave, and I know a lot of you bitches probably aren't caught up on the AC reviews. In the pinned comment, the new Ace Combat 4 review went up this morning. We still have so many videos to go, so go and get caught up before you fall too far behind and you have like a 2-hour series to get caught up on. Trust me, you'll thank me later. Anyway, yes, goodbye to the beard. He will not be here tomorrow. Thank you for coming to the stream. I hope to see all of us back here next time. I hope you all have a great rest of your day. And goodbye.